Chapter 839. Why isn't that kid using soul body as one? Is he crazy? Luo Yao was getting anxious. A 7-star cultivator had determined that Solipsistic's main body wouldn't be too strong. In the intense close-range battle just now, he had consumed a lot of energy. A 7-star cultivator's main body wouldn't be able to support a battle of this level. Yeah, why isn't Big Brother Nameless using soul body as one? What is he waiting for? Little Hui said anxiously. Only Lu Chen himself knew what he was waiting for. The 4 heavenly kings were the biggest threat to him if they didn't show up. Moreover, if possible, he didn't even want to use soul body as one against the 4 heavenly kings. Only when he saw his opponent would he activate soul body as one, without hesitation. Lu Chen's gaze fell on the crack in the ground. In the attack just now, because he was half a beat slower, the 8-eyed demon couldn't stop its attack. Lu Chen had no choice but to use 7 stars chasing the moon to quickly change his position to avoid being caught by the 8 eyes. At the same time, his mind was spinning rapidly. Such a high-intensity battle is a great test of my reaction speed, but it's also the same for the 8 eyes. It's because both sides are too fast that the 8 eyes can't stop their attacks. Therefore, if he wanted to hit the target with one hit, the demon ghost's attack time was the only chance. In order to seize this opportunity, Lu Chen had to put himself in an extremely dangerous position. In the slightest, he would lose his life to the 8 eyes. At this time, the demon ghost had already arrived behind Lu Chen. It didn't plan on giving Lu Chen a chance to rest. You're pretty good at running. Lunar eclipse, heart of the moon. Ghostly shadows, descent. After confirming the effects of the forbidden moon, Nia Yen couldn't use ghostly shadows too many times. He could only use it once. Logically speaking, Lu Chen's use of ghostly shadows was extremely inefficient. However, most of his teleportation skills had been sealed, so he didn't have many options left. You want to play ghostly shadows with me? You're too inexperienced. Gue Jiao seemed to be able to sense Lu Chen's spiritual energy fluctuations, and instantly found Lu Chen's real body from the large number of ghosts. With 100 ghosts night parade, he had already arrived behind Lu Chen. Buddha body clone. At this critical moment, Lu Chen once again used his life-saving skill. However, the Buddha body clone was not a movement skill. The ghost hunter's moon heart directly pierced through the body's heart. A physical doppelganger. There's such a rare skill. 8 eyes flung away the entity that was hanging on his claw. It's a pity that you don't have any movement skills left. No matter how many avatars you have, you will still die. In just a blink of an eye, the ghost hunter had killed another clone. He didn't pause in between as he continued to attack the last clone. Seeing this, Atai was already dumbfounded. That fellow, the 8-eyed evil spirit, is too monstrous. I don't even have the chance to rest when fighting against it. Even I can't withstand its attacks, let alone Brother Nameless, who is only a 7-star wild cultivator. At this moment, Luo Yao was both nervous and angry. Solipsistic's combat strength had already far surpassed a 7-star wild cultivator's combat ability. Although Solipsistic didn't have the chance to fight back, in such a high-intensity mobile station, even the slightest bit of carelessness would have killed Solipsistic. In Luo Yao's opinion, he was already very strong for being able to survive until now. However, what made her angry was that at this time, he still hadn't used soul-body fusion. This was really making her anxious. Nameless, you're using soul-body fusion. If you don't use it now, you'll die. Don't you want to take us out? Luo Yao shouted at Lu Chen angrily. Lu Chen didn't have the time to respond to Luo Yao. Under the effects of the forbidden moon, he only had one movement skill, and it was the lowest level, rapid movement. Even the 2 avatars of the Buddha body clone were instantly killed. He only had one main body. One low-level movement skill, one main body, and one life. Even if he activated soul-body fusion, he might not have another chance. Unless he used Divine Devil Astral Body. However, he definitely couldn't use Divine Devil Astral Body. Go to hell. Eight-Eyed Strengthening. Lunar Eclipse, Heart of the Moon. In this life and death struggle, Eight-Eyed unexpectedly increased its speed again, as if it wanted to finish off this troublesome opponent in one blow. On the top of the cliff, General smiled faintly. It's over. I've never seen Eight-Eyed use Lunar Eclipse, but I've seen Eight-Eyed Strengthening. Lunar Eclipse should be a skill that the demon ghost could only use after it mutated. It seemed to be a skill strengthened by the power of the moon, and it had already displayed its terrifying destructive power. However, even if Eight-Eyed hadn't mutated, it was still extremely powerful, which was why it had been able to dominate such a large area like Demon Eye Valley for so long. Eight-Eyed Strengthening was the Eight-Eyed demonic beast's strongest enhancement skill in its normal state. It doubled its speed. After it mutated, its speed doubled again. It was obvious how terrifying that speed was. No wonder General was so sure that the battle was over. Bastard, use soul-body fusion. Luo Yao was almost screaming. How could an expert like her not see that the demon ghost was determined to win this time? At this moment, Lu Chen, who hadn't responded to Luo Yao for a long time, suddenly shouted angrily, "Shut up." Luo Yao was dumbfounded. That guy actually yelled at her. She was the Jade Emperor. Even if he didn't know her identity, she was doing it for his own good. How could he yell at her? Lu Chen had to yell at her because the next moment, a millisecond's difference was the difference between life and death. Concentrating, Lu Chen maximized the effect of heavenly eyes. In an instant, he even unknowingly entered the state of spiritual energy subtlety. Of course, he didn't intend to use spiritual energy subtlety to fight the demon ghost. He just entered this state after a high degree of concentration. It had nothing to do with the battle at hand. In an instant, the demon ghost was in front of Lu Chen. Its giant claws were unimaginably fast, and it instantly pierced toward Lu Chen's heart. General's eyes were filled with excitement. Solipsistic didn't move. It meant that he had used up his displacement ability. Luo Yao's eyes were filled with tears. In the end, it was going to end. He wasn't that 1 in 10,000. He was just nameless, just a solipsistic. With a puff, the demon ghost's sharp claws were like a knife, directly cutting open Lu Chen's entire shoulder. The wound burst open, and blood instantly burst out. The demon ghost's claws were still moving downward, and it was about to completely cut off Lu Chen's entire left shoulder. During this process, Lu Chen's face was pale. He was enduring the immense pain from his body. Having one of his arms cut off, this kind of pain was enough to make people faint on the spot. However, Lu Chen instantly bit his lips to keep himself awake. In his eyes, Lu Chen was filled with endless killing intent. Fierce tiger descends the mountain. Sacred sword Lotus Heart. Spiritual energy exploded, and the first sword energy of Saint Sword Lotus Heart shot towards Guizheng, who was right in front of him. Luo Yao felt like her heart was about to stop. If what she saw just now wasn't wrong, although Lu Chen didn't move to dodge, he slightly turned his body to avoid the position of his heart. This caused the demon ghost's attack to not be fatal. However, the result of not completely dodging was that the nameless shoulder was directly cut. And at this time, he was still able to use a skill. The only explanation was that all of this was planned by him. He had long understood that only at the moment the demon ghost attacked, he had the opportunity to make a move. Using his body to withstand this attack, then taking the opportunity to attack. This idea was so dangerous that it made one's scalp tingle. Chapter 840. At such a short distance, even the demonic ghost could not dodge Lu Chen's Sacred Lotus Sword Heart. The Sacred Lotus Sword Heart was passive in melee combat and had a confinement effect. Once the sword hit, it meant that the entire set of sword moves hit. The first sword chi cut through the black mist and hit the eight-eyed demonic ghost's body. With a loud bang, the spiritual energy exploded. Then, countless sword chis poured out from the infinite sword of the celestial demon, bombarding the eight-eyed evil spirit with indiscriminate attacks. Based on the numbers, Lu Chen's damage was still in the hundreds of billions even without using soul body as one. The eight-eyed demonic ghost probably did not expect that just when it was a few tenths of a second away from killing the solipsistic, the situation would suddenly turn around. The full moon gave it terrifying attributes, but it also pushed it into the 8th class enhancement. Even the eight-eyed demonic ghost could not block the complete sacred lotus sword heart. The entire battlefield was drowned in the explosion. The sword chi slashed at the eight-eyed demonic ghost. Roar! Impossible, your damage. The eight-eyed demonic ghost's 8 eyes were all ready to attack. Through the sword chi, it stared at the enemy in front of it. That guy's face was even paler than before. In the beginning, it could still be said that he was fair, but now, his face was devoid of blood, presenting a sickly pale complexion. The sacred lotus sword heart had forced the demonic ghost to withdraw its attack, but its left shoulder was cut off. The entire left arm was missing, and the wound was shocking. However, even in such a situation, the sword in its hand was impeccable. 2160 sword chi slashed at it. No, impossible. Nothing is impossible. Eight-eyed, die. In an instant, the sacred lotus sword heart unleashed all its sword chi. The eight-eyed demonic ghost's body was forced out of the black mist. Its huge body was cut into pieces, until its body was pulverized. The eight-eyed demonic ghost had fought Lu Chen for so long and attacked so many times. However, Lu Chen only used one move to kill the eight-eyed demonic ghost. Tiny pieces of flesh and blood fell in front of Lu Chen like a rain of blood. At this moment, Lu Chen stood majestically in the middle of the field. He did not withdraw from the symbiosis of gods and demons. At this moment, whether it was Luo Yao or the soldiers on the cliff watching the battle, they were all stunned. Impossible. Impossible. He's just a 7-star cultivator. How could he possibly kill the eight-eyed evil spirit? Only one move. Just how terrifying is that sacred lotus sword heart? My God, how did he do it? Impossible. The guards had already forgotten about the Jade Emperor's threat. At this moment, the white-haired man had killed the eight-eyed evil spirit, causing their brains to be unable to think of anything else. Luo Yao looked at the battlefield in horror. He killed the eight-eyed evil spirit. Oh my God. At this moment, Luo Yao suddenly felt that all her doubts could be explained. Why was he the only one who was able to kill his way out of millions of people fighting for the treasure? Why was he able to save Schweher? Why did he dare to go to the royal city? Why was he able to defeat the 5 experts of the martial imperial manor in just 3 seconds? Without using soul body as one, he was able to insta-kill the eight-eyed evil spirit. This kind of strength was simply crazy. Tai and Xiao Hui were so frightened that they were speechless. This guy who kept calling him Brother Tai, who was completely like the boy next door, actually possessed such terrifying combat strength. My God, I can't believe my eyes. Nameless brother, killed the eight-eyed evil spirit. Lu Chen wasn't interested in the crowd's astonishment at this moment. The intense pain that came from his body made him tremble all over. At the same time, he also knew that the person he was waiting for was most likely going to appear soon. Little Green. Cough cough cough. My arm. Lu Chen summoned Little Green. Little Green hurriedly picked up Lu Chen's left arm from the ground. If he could reattach his arm in a short period of time, Lu Chen still had hope to recover. However, when Lu Yi picked up his arm, she discovered that there was a burst of black mist coming out of the cut. Following that, the broken arm muscles were necrotic, boss. Lu Yi's eyes were red. She looked at Lu Chen with heartache, the sly spirit's attack should have carried the dark attribute. Your body has spiritual energy protecting it, so your muscles won't be necrotic. However, your broken arm, Lu Chen took a deep breath and glanced at his broken arm. His arm couldn't be reattached. He had also broken his arm before, but this time, it was his main body that was broken. The damage to the main body of a fifth celestial layer was different from that of a fourth celestial layer. If the main body of a fourth celestial layer was injured, Lu Chen's main body would definitely be lying in the game cabin. It was just that the nerve connection was broken. Using a body recovery type pill could heal the main body without leaving any damage. However, in a fifth celestial layer, the one fighting now was Lu Chen's main body. A broken arm couldn't be regrown by relying on pills. This also meant that Lu Chen had really lost an arm. Lu Chen's heart ached. He trembled and said, "Can it be recovered?" He still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. The hope in Lu Chen's eyes made Lu Yi even more uncomfortable. "Boss, with the current pill technique I have, I can't recover it for the time being," Lu Yi said as tears flowed down. Boss still had many unimaginably powerful enemies, and in this battle, he had lost his left arm. In the future, would he have to face those powerful enemies with only one arm? "Boss, don't be sad. I know there are pills that can regenerate the body. Although I can't refine it now, I will work hard. I will definitely refine it." Lu Chen reluctantly squeezed out a smile and said weakly, "It's okay. Take your time. Jiutian has endless opportunities. It's just losing an arm. It's not a big deal." Anyone could see that Lu Chen was actually very worried about his arm. Anyone who lost a part of their body would not be indifferent. Some people who woke up and found out that they had been amputated would even seek death. However, Boss was still comforting him. "Boss, first eat these pills. I will help you stop the bleeding." Even though Little Green was trying its best to hold back its tears, 2 streams of tears still flowed down its cheeks uncontrollably. Little Green quickly treated Lu Chen's wound. "Little Green, go and find the beast core." Little Green hurriedly turned around and found the 8-eyed beast core in the mud-like flesh. This beast core was an 8 transformation beast core. However, there seemed to be some differences. Unfortunately, there was not much time to examine it now. Lu Chen directly kept the beast core. There were still many 7 transformation beast cores around, but Lu Chen did not have time to pick them up. "Let's go back. I feel that guy is coming out." Lu Chen's tone was very calm, but it made Lu Yi's heart ache even more. Boss still had to face an even more terrifying opponent in this state. Luo Yao and the others might not know why Boss did not use soul body as one. But she knew. Boss's opponent had never been the 8-eyed beast core. His opponent was the guardian of the demon pupil valley. One of the 4 heavenly kings of the demonic beasts. Chapter 841. Lu Chen recalled Lu Yi. Seeing that Luo Yao and the rest wanted to come over, he shouted, "Don't come over." Luo Yao looked at Lu Chen in surprise. "What's wrong with this guy?" Lu Chen took a deep breath and turned around. He looked at the forest in the night and said calmly, "What? You don't dare to come out?" Everyone was very surprised. They didn't know who Nameless was talking to. At this moment, the ground suddenly began to shake. In the dark night, a pair of red eyes suddenly lit up. A surge of spiritual energy instantly engulfed the whole place. Some people who were unprepared were directly thrown to the ground. Boom, 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 boom. The ground shook rhythmically. Rocks fell, and heaven and earth trembled. A voice so low that it made one's hair stand on end sounded. "Solipsistic, even if you don't say it, I know what you're trying to do." Luo Yao looked at the pair of red eyes in horror. There was actually another guy hiding in the dark. She didn't even notice at first. Looking at the figure, it should be a demonic beast. But, what kind of demonic beast could make the eight-eyed ghoul take the lead while it calmly hid in the night? Wasn't this the eight-eyed ghoul's territory? Luo Yao was indeed the Jade Emperor. She quickly understood. There were only 5 demonic beasts that could make the eight-eyed ghoul, one of the 7 demonic beast generals, take the lead. The demonic beast 4 heavenly kings and the demonic beast sovereign. The demonic beast sovereign was said to have died in battle. Then, only those 4 guys were left. After figuring out the other party's identity, Luo Yao didn't relax at all. Instead, her heart that had just settled down became even more anxious than before. The demonic beast 4 heavenly kings. They disappeared for thousands of years without any news. The 5th heaven generally thought that the 4 heavenly kings and the demonic beast sovereign had died in battle. But now, there was actually one here. No wonder Nameless was unwilling to use soul body as one even when she almost died in battle. First of all, using soul body as one to deal with the eight-eyed ghoul wouldn't change much. The main thing that soul body as one increased attributes. In the Forbidden Moon land, skills were banned. Activating soul body as one was useless. Nameless attack could kill the eight-eyed ghoul even if she didn't use soul body as one. In other words, there wouldn't be any difference whether the soul body fusion was activated or not. On the other hand, and most importantly, Nameless knew that he had an even stronger opponent coming up. Fighting this guy without any trump cards was no different from courting death. Could it really be? The doubts in Luo Yao's heart were solved one by one. Only now did she realize that she had not seen the situation clearly. Her gaze fell on Nameless' back, and her heart tightened. Did Nameless still have the strength to fight? The huge black figure had already walked out of the darkness. Everyone could finally see this fellow's true appearance. Qilin. A pitch-black Qilin. Ah Tai's eyes widened. Black Qilin. Little Hui was a little puzzled. Father, in terms of bloodline, Qilins don't seem to be particularly powerful. Atai shook his head. There are many kinds of Kirins. It is said that there are 2 ways to judge a Kirin's strength. One is to look at the number of colors on its body. A 3-colored Kirin is not as good as a 2-colored one, and a 2-colored one is not as good as a single-colored one. Secondly, if there are the same number of colors, it is based on the depth of the color. The darker the color, the stronger the Kirin. This Kirin is a rare single-colored black Kirin. It is extremely rare even among the Kirin mythical beasts. Its bloodline level is not inferior to the ultimate mythical beasts. After hearing her father's explanation, little Hui finally understood what kind of existence Nameless was facing now. On the cliff, the general could not help but tremble. It's that fellow. The 4 heavenly kings of the magical beasts. Why would it appear here? No, isn't it already dead? Why is it still alive? Facing the Black Qilin, the defending army did not even have the courage to fight now. It was said that during the great war of gods and demons, the 4 heavenly kings of the magical beasts had no opponents at all. Magical Beast Sovereign did not even need to do anything. The magical beast army had almost wiped out half of the level 5 heaven in 2 months. Even the 7 ancient war gods did not dare to fight the 4 heavenly kings alone. However, it was said that the 4 heavenly kings of the magical beasts had disappeared together with Magical Beast Sovereign. They had disappeared for thousands of years, and people even thought that they had long ceased to exist. But who knew that one of the 4 heavenly kings, the Black Qilin, would actually appear outside Peacock City at this moment? When facing this monstrous ferocious beast, even if it was thousands of meters away, it still made people feel an incomparable pressure. It was as if they were being stared at by the Grim Reaper. However, the Fire Qilin did not care about the others now. Its eyes were fixed on the white-haired, one-armed man in front of it. Lu Chen looked at this giant beast indifferently. Is it one of the 4 heavenly kings of the magical beasts? It feels so strong. How is its strength compared to magical beast sovereign? Damn this mission of mine. Lu Chen shook his head and could not help but complain. The Black Qilin seemed to have known about Lu Chen long ago. It even called him solipsistic. Solipsistic, do you want to open the spirit vein? The Black Qilin was not in a hurry to attack. Lu Chen looked up at the Black Qilin. What do you think? The Black Qilin said, your temper is quite stubborn. Unfortunately, your strength is not proportional to your temper. If this is all you have, you might as well let me kill you directly. Lu Chen smiled. Don't worry, I have specially saved the best for you. The Black Qilin opened its mouth and seemed to be laughing. Ha ha ha, you still have a trump card. Oh right, I forgot that you have not activated soul body as one. You should have specially prepared it for me. Lu Chen snorted coldly. The Black Qilin suddenly said, unfortunately, now is not the time to attack. Lu Chen frowned slightly. What did the Black Qilin mean by this? Solipsistic, I heard that you escaped from the hands of that fellow. Humph, interesting. I hope that when we meet again, you will not be so weak. That person. Lu Chen thought of Magical Beast Sovereign. When he had first discovered Magical Beast Sovereign, he had struggled free from that ball of black gas. This meant that he had also escaped from its hands once. Lu Chen frowned. What? You don't want to fight? A battle between you and me is unavoidable. Whether it can be avoided or not, it is not up to you to decide. The Black Qilin's emotions did not waver. After saying that, the Black Qilin's body suddenly erupted with pure black flames. At this moment, the Black Qilin's body was emitting raging black flames, as if it was a black version of the Fire Qilin. To be honest, I am looking forward to fighting with you. Perhaps there will be a battle between us, but, not now. After saying that, black flames rose from the Black Qilin's feet like a cloud of fire. I will leave the magic I canyon to you, but you will not be able to protect the fifth layer of heaven. After saying that, the Black Qilin rushed into the sky and disappeared into the night. Lu Chen was shocked. The 4 heavenly kings that he had been waiting for actually did not want to fight with him. What the hell was going on? Damn it, why didn't you say that you were not going to fight? If you had said so, I would not have lost an arm. Lu Chen could not help but curse. The Black Qilin had already disappeared, and he did not know if it had hurt him, but then again, what did the Black Qilin's last sentence mean? It could choose not to guard the magic I canyon, but to seize the world. Chapter 842. Lu Chen did not quite understand the meaning of the last sentence. It seemed that this matter needed further consideration. Lu Chen's highly strung nerves suddenly relaxed at this moment. Only then did he realize how serious his injuries were. Luo Yao and the others rushed over to support Lu Chen. Nameless. Lu Chen's gaze swept over the guards on the cliff. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and his originally relaxed body suddenly tensed up. Let's leave this place first. Luo Yao said. Wait a moment, there's still one more thing to take care of. Lu Chen's tone was cold. Move aside first. Lu Chen took a few steps forward, facing the tens of thousands of guards on his own. Seeing this, the general narrowed his eyes slightly. What is this guy doing? Lu Chen's gaze immediately locked onto the general, and he said in a low voice, a bunch of despicable people, it's time to settle our accounts. Fierce tiger descends the mountain. Suppressive fire. In the next second, Lu Chen had already made his move. After 4 consecutive suppressive fire, hundreds of spiritual energy spatial cannons wildly shot through the night, shooting from the valley to the peak of the cliff that was hundreds of meters high. Boom boom boom. A series of terrifying explosions erupted on the cliff. Damn it, he actually. The general's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This guy who was already missing an arm clearly looked like an arrow at the end of its flight, but he actually deliberately stayed behind to kill them. Most of these people were at the Earth cultivation realm, and some of the generals were at the Emperor cultivation realm. However, the damage from the spiritual energy spatial cannons was still enough to kill them. The thousands of guards did not even have time to activate soul-body fusion before they were instantly killed. Lunatic, he's really a lunatic. Quick, activate the city's defensive formation. That lunatic actually wanted to kill the guards. A strong sense of fear finally appeared in the general's eyes. This guy in front of him was not a cripple, he was even more terrifying than the eight-eyed evil spirit. The city's defensive formation was quickly activated outside Peacock City. This formation was specially made to defend against the eight-eyed evil spirit. Even the eight-eyed evil spirit on a full moon night had no interest in attacking this formation, which showed how terrifying its defensive power was. However, killing intent had already surged in Lu Chen's eyes. Without another word, he spread his wings and soared into the sky. How did he pass through the defender formation? The general couldn't help but take a few steps back, his eyes filled with fear. Those that flew up were here to take his life. General, this mountain gate is only on the outskirts of Peacock City. The defensive formation here is only meant to deal with devilish beasts, not cultivators. The deputy general was even calmer than him, and he stuttered as he explained. Only then did the general remember this point. The protective mountain array was completely ineffective against cultivators. The Magic Eye Valley was fraught with danger. No army would attack the Peacock City from the Magic Eye Valley in a fit of rage. In order to pursue the pinnacle of defense, the magic array masters who set up the formation naturally focused all their efforts on defending against the large magic beasts. But who would have thought that the one attacking the city today was an immortal cultivator? Lu Chen soared into the sky. Unexpectedly, it was very smooth. He didn't know if the Great Mountain Protection Array was successfully activated. With a triple door, Lu Chen climbed to a height parallel to the cliff. In the night, under the bright moon, a one-armed white-haired man with a pair of wings spread out behind him. His black eyes faintly emitted fog, like a demon. You have been surrounded, Lu Chen said coldly. Today, none of you will survive. Tiger descends the mountain. Suppressive fire. Boom, 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 boom. The spiritual cannons fired wildly. Triple door. I'm all ears. Amidst the frenzied explosions, the general suddenly felt a huge suction force coming from behind him. Then, he was sucked into a stone door. In the next second, he was suspended in midair, and less than a meter in front of him was the white-haired man who looked like an Azura demon. Lu Chen grabbed his neck. Did you enjoy our performance just now? The general felt his entire body go soft. His hands tightly grabbed Lu Chen's wrist, and his eyes were filled with fear. Let me go. Yes, I was blind. It was me who was possessed. I'm sorry, White God. The surrounding soldiers had mixed feelings. They were indeed afraid of that man. After all, they had seen him instantly kill the eight-eyed evil spirit. What kind of strength was that? Even the Jade Emperor could not withstand it and was killed instantly by that guy. However, what made them feel even more hopeless was that their general, a dignified emperor-level cultivator, did not have the courage to resist Lu Chen. Even their general did not dare to resist, let alone them. Many of the surrounding soldiers had already put down their weapons and no longer defended themselves. They knelt on the ground and shouted in unison. White God, please spare us. It was the Guardian General who ordered us to shoot. Military orders are absolute, we dare not disobey. White God, please spare us. Please let us go. I have old and young at home. Lu Chen snorted coldly and ignored the soldiers for the time being. His gaze fell on the so-called Jinyuan general. White God. It seemed to be a new name, and Lu Chen did not like it very much. A dignified emperor-level cultivator only knows how to wag your tail and beg for mercy. Where's your arrogance from before? It turns out that you're just borrowing the power of the eight-eyed evil spirit to act like a coward. Yes, I'm a coward. As long as White God can let me go, Lu Chen snorted, someone like you can become a general. Your Peacock City is also trash. If the demonic beasts attack, I don't believe you can lead the troops to defend the city. Since that's the case, there's no need for you to live. Luo Yao looked up at Lu Chen in the air and frowned. Would this guy kill Jin Yuan? Speaking of which, in Royal City, King Wu and the others attacked first, and he showed mercy. Would he let these people go this time? At this moment, the godly demon Limitless sword had already pierced through the man's heart. It pierced through his vitals. Jin Yuan's mouth was wide open as he looked at the long sword in front of his chest in horror. Was this the unknown divine weapon? However, it had already pierced through his body. As Lu Chen pulled out the godly demon Limitless sword inch by inch, Jin Yuan could feel his life being sucked out of his body bit by bit. You, Lu Chen snorted and no longer looked at Jin Yuan. He loosened his hand and Jin Yuan fell from the sky. His gaze swept across the tens of thousands of defenders. Every one of them was so nervous that they couldn't breathe. This guy didn't hesitate to kill the general. But that didn't matter. What they cared about now was whether he would show mercy to them. Lu Chen looked at the hundreds of defenders indifferently. He narrowed his eyes and said coldly, since you said that military orders can't be disobeyed, then you should know that as defenders, even if you die in battle, you can't surrender to the enemy and live. I'll give you a chance. Didn't you say that there are old and young in the army? Well, either you block me now or wait for me to massacre Peacock City. As soon as these words came out, the minds of the kneeling soldiers instantly went blank. This person wants to massacre the city. 10 seconds. Escape or fight, you decide for yourselves. Lu Chen ignored their blank expressions and began the countdown. 10, 9, 8. Many people had already started to escape, but there were still many who stood up. Their relatives and friends were in the city. If this person killed his way to Peacock City, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if they couldn't stop him, they had to at least delay him for a moment. My family is still in the city. I'll fight it out with you. If I escape now, how can I face the elders in the city? 1. The countdown ended. What no one expected was that even though Lu Chen had used 2 moves of the sacred Lotus Sword Heart, his target was not the soldiers who were still on the canyon. Instead, his target was the people who had already fled. Chapter 843. Lu Chen was an expert at deceiving people. This time, he easily figured out the true nature of these people. Those who stayed behind to fight, at least they would be of some use in the future. As for those who ran for their lives, Lu Chen did not hold back and killed them all. On the cliff, thousands of people fell into a pool of blood. The soldiers who stayed behind looked at Lu Chen in shock. This guy actually did not attack them. Then when he said he was going to massacre the city, he was lying to them. At this moment, someone finally understood. White God had let them go. Many people were so ashamed that they did not dare to look at Lu Chen. White God, thank you for not killing us. We, the Peacock City's Demon Pupil Valley, will remember this in our hearts. Thank you White God for not killing us. Quick, open the city gate. Lu Chen looked at these dumbfounded soldiers indifferently. There is no need to open the city gate. I hope that when you meet demonic beasts in the future, you will still have such courage. After that, Lu Chen flew back to the ground with a combat flight. With the death of the eight-eyed evil spirit and the disappearance of the black Qilin, a Tai supported Lu Chen while Xiao Hui carried Luo Yao on her back. The 4 of them left the Peacock City and found a waterfall in the valley. They set up a temporary camp and spent the night there. Lu Chen's condition was earlier than expected. After Little Green helped him stop the bleeding, he went on a killing spree. His wound had already burst open and blood kept flowing out. Luo Yao gave Lu Chen a pill. In a daze, Lu Chen swallowed it. Fortunately, after so long, Luo Yao did not have any intention of harming Lu Chen. That pill was just an immortal pill to restore the body. Ah Tai helped Lu Chen clean his wound. The fresh blood had already dyed the clear water of the stream red. Sister Luo Yao, brother Nameless head is burning badly. Xiao Hui looked at Luo Yao anxiously. Luo Yao was not a pharmacist. Just when she was at her wit's end, the green-clothed girl from before appeared beside Lu Chen. "It's you. Quick, look at him," Luo Yao said anxiously. "Boss." Lu Yi hurriedly walked over. Lu Chen was already in a semi-conscious state. His body was slightly trembling, his forehead was burning, and his wound had opened. Seeing Boss like this, Lu Yi's tears immediately fell. "Quick, start the fire first." "Boss is cold." Ah Tai hurriedly started a fire. It was just that there was clear water here, but there were very few dry branches. The materials they had brought with them were only enough to reach the Peacock City, and now they had to find some on the spot. Seeing Lu Chen trembling so much, Lu Yi became even more anxious. After losing so much blood, it would be strange if he didn't feel cold. Just when she was at a loss, Luo Yao suddenly helped Lu Chen up and hugged him tightly in her arms. "Nameless. Don't die." Luo Yao lowered her head and stared at the unconscious Lu Chen, her eyes red. She never thought that as the ruler of a country, she would actually use her body to warm this man that she had only known for less than a month. However, she could not care so much now. In order to save her, he took an arrow, and in order to take revenge for her, he did not care about his injuries. He was a madman. In the dark, a warm feeling came over, and Lu Chen finally stabilized. The fire was also started, and the surroundings finally warmed up. The first person to feel that Lu Chen's condition had stabilized was naturally Luo Yao. Their skin was close together, and at this moment, she could feel that Lu Chen's body was not trembling as much. Luo Yao raised her head, her eyes burning with hope. "Miss, he is a little better." Lu Yi hurriedly nodded and started to treat Lu Chen's wounds. This time, the wounds were more serious than before. Ah Tai brought Xiao Hui to guard the surroundings. They could not be careless at this time. Lu Yi was already sweating profusely as she carefully treated every wound on Lu Chen's body. Not only was there a broken arm, there were also more than 10 arrow wounds from the emperor, and every single one of them pierced through his body. Luo Yao kept hugging Lu Chen, and when she saw so many shocking wounds on Lu Chen's body, she could no longer hold back her tears. This guy endured so many injuries to defeat the eight-eyed evil spirit. What kind of willpower did he have to not fall down? He was even prepared to continue fighting with the Black Qilin. At this moment, he should be glad that the Black Qilin did not fight with him, otherwise, the result would be unimaginable. It was not until the latter half of the night that Lu Yi finished treating Lu Chen's wounds. "Miss Luo Yao, boss is still a little cold." Lu Yi's voice was filled with exhaustion. "I will not leave him behind," Luo Yao said. Lu Yi smiled at Luo Yao. "It has been hard on Miss Luo Yao. My name is Lu Yi, boss's ghost pet. The medicine for external injuries has been used up, so I will go to the side to get some more. If there is anything, call me at any time." "Oh right, you also have serious internal injuries. I have some pills here, you can take them to recuperate." Luo Yao nodded gratefully. "I am fine, I should thank Miss Lu. Just leave this to me." Lu Yi went to the side to prepare the medicine, leaving only Luo Yao hugging Lu Chen by the fire. Looking at Lu Chen in her arms, Luo Yao suddenly felt a little absent-minded. Ever since she started out, she had never been so close to a man. Not to mention when she was standing at the peak of the fifth celestial layer, what kind of person was worthy of such treatment from her. However, they had only known each other for a month, and for this guy with a belly full of evil tricks, she ignored other people's opinions and kept him warm. Nameless, I don't know if you are that 1 in a million, but it is not important now. I only hope that you can live. Luo Yao said faintly. Although the 4 directions war gods had temporarily blocked the dark side of the moon, Luo Yao's consumption was also great. In an instant, all of her spiritual energy was exhausted, and her spiritual core was severely damaged. The night was dark, and only the rhythmic sound of Lu Yi grinding medicine could be heard. On the other side, the stream was gurgling. Lu Qin in her arms seemed to be cold again, and Luo Yao hurriedly hugged him tightly. After an unknown period of time and countless times of drowsiness, Luo Yao finally couldn't take it anymore and closed her eyes slightly. Early the next morning, when Luo Yao opened her eyes, she found that she had fallen asleep on Lu Chen's chest. She hurriedly woke up and saw Lu Chen staring at her with a pair of eyes and an expression of disbelief. "Hey, what did you do to me last night?" Lu Chen saw that Luo Yao had woken up, and this was the first thing he said. When he woke up, he found that his clothes were untidy, and his buttons were not even buttoned up. This was too much. Not only that, there was a woman hugging him tightly, and she even unbuttoned his clothes. He wanted to break free, but that woman was clearly asleep, and yet she could still subconsciously hug him tightly. What was this situation? And little green next to him, leaning against the tree and falling asleep? Luo Yao almost jumped up in fright. If not for the fact that Lu Chen was injured, she would have probably thrown him out. I helped you to keep warm. Luo Yao explained in horror. Last night, you were shivering non-stop. Miss Green wanted to treat your wounds, so she had to warm you up first. Lu Chen thought for a while, and that should be the case. Then why did you put your hand into my clothes? Luo Yao looked for her hand, and it seemed that she really put her hand into Nameless' clothes. This. I don't know, I fell asleep. Maybe it was too cold in the middle of the night. Big sister, did you help me to keep warm, or did you treat me as a hand warmer? Also, did you drool on me? Lu Chen said angrily. Luo Yao really wished that there was a hole in the ground, so that she could directly crawl into it. This time, she had lost a lot of face. Chapter 844. Lu Chen had already woken up, but his left arm wasn't saved. Tai and the others got up to prepare breakfast while Little Green helped Lu Chen change his bandages. Little Green, you said there are high-grade pills that can regenerate the body? Lu Chen suddenly asked. Little Green froze for a moment. Boss really cared about this matter. Boss, there are such pills, but my level isn't high enough. Right now I'm a 9-star alchemist, so I need to break through to the next level of immortal alchemist, and I also need to get the Formula 4 immortal body pill. Lu Yi originally thought that Boss would be depressed, but who knew that Lu Chen's mood seemed to be quite good. He let out a long sigh of relief. It's good that you can recover. You don't have to worry about your alchemist level and the formula, so we're not in a hurry. You say it as if immortal alchemists and immortal pill formulas are easy to get. Luo Yao rolled her eyes at Lu Chen. Especially immortal alchemists. From alchemist to immortal alchemist, that's an earth-shattering change. Although 9-star alchemists are rare, it's not impossible to find them. But immortal alchemists, even in the entire 5th layer of heaven, I'm afraid you won't find a single one. Lu Chen wasn't discouraged at all. He smiled and said, if there aren't any in the 5th layer of heaven, then the 6th layer of heaven, 6th layer of heaven? Luo Yao frowned. Don't you know that it's been a long time since someone went to the 6th layer of heaven? Lu Chen said strangely, after the great war of gods and demons, the demon beast sovereign died in battle, the 4 heavenly kings disappeared, and the 7 demon beast generals occupied various parts of the continent. Those demon beast lairs should be better. Luo Yao shook her head. You seem to have forgotten the strongest existence. Lu Chen pondered for a moment and immediately realized who he had forgotten. Heaven Domain Boss. Luo Yao looked at Lu Chen and sighed. You haven't seen your own attributes yet. Lu Chen froze for a moment, as if he had a bad premonition. He hurriedly checked his own attributes. His spiritual power didn't change, but his 3D attributes were halved. His attributes weren't completely reduced, but half of his original attributes were in a state of ineffectiveness. There was now a permanent status added to the character status. Permanent severe physical damage, body toughness decreased by 50%, after using the distilling scroll in the future, 50% of attributes will not be effective, some skills will be unavailable. Lu Chen frowned. The damage to the physical body was extremely overpowered. If it was only the original attributes that were reduced by 50%, it would still be fine. At most, he could use the reality extraction scroll to recover his attributes. However, the problem now was that 50% of his attributes would not take effect. In other words, if he used the reality extraction scroll to exchange for 30 points of strength, then there would only be an increase of 15 points, but the usage of the reality extraction scroll would still be 10 points. Spending the same amount of money would only yield half the results. In addition, the upper limit of the three-dimensional attributes was limited by the fighting soul's three-dimensional attributes as well as the body's spiritual energy. The fighting soul's attribute was still far from enough, so there was no need to consider it. His spiritual energy was Lu Chen's greatest limitation. If his spiritual energy was 100 points, his strength would be 300 points. However, due to the damage to his body, Lu Chen's strength was only 150 points. This would cause his three-dimensional limit to be far lower than other cultivators of the same level. In terms of skills, several main skills such as 8 Desolations Heaven and Earth, Void Shattering, Buddha Body Clone, Universal Annihilation were all unavailable. Grace Release, 3000 Body Blink Slash, damage reduced by half. Luo Yao saw the change in Lu Chen's expression and couldn't bear to look anymore. Losing an arm was not as simple as losing a part of the body for an immortal cultivator. For a cripple, the difficulty of immortal cultivation should be several times more difficult than a healthy person. However, even if Luo Yao was heartbroken, she still had to tell Lu Chen the truth. Only then would he be able to understand his situation. Not long after, Lu Chen raised his head and took a deep breath. I can't even use the Buddha Body Clone. But fortunately, the Sacred Lotus Sword Essence is still here. I can accept it. Luo Yao almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He could even accept this. How big was this guy's heart? At this moment, Tai and the others came to call Lu Chen and the others over for dinner. The four of them sat around a flat stone. Tai served each of them a bowl of porridge. There were also some salted vegetables and a plate of scrambled eggs on the table. Tai wasn't a person with much to spare. They had passed through Peacock City and couldn't replenish their supplies, so breakfast was a little simpler. Nameless brother, Miss Luo Yao, I'm really ashamed. There's no meat at all. Tai smiled awkwardly. Lu Chen smiled. Brother Tai, why are you being so polite? You just finished keeping watch at night and you're busy in the morning. We're the ones who are embarrassed. Tai's eyes reddened and his voice was choked. Nameless brother, Tai, have never seen an immortal like you. You did it to protect us. But why is it that a good person like you? God is so unfair. Lu Chen patted Tai's shoulder. Tai, I don't believe in fate. These are my choices. Besides, it has nothing to do with you guys. Even if I didn't meet you guys, I would have gone to find the 8-eyed Nu and the black Qilin. It's just an arm. What's the big deal? Lu Chen smiled and picked up the bowl. Suddenly, he realized that he was holding the bowl with one hand but no chopsticks with the other. It was a little awkward. However, Lu Chen reacted quickly and poured the bowl into his mouth. Try Brother Tai's cooking. Lu Chen put down the bowl and picked up the chopsticks to put the scrambled egg into his mouth. Not bad. Brother Tai, how many stars are you? I'm guessing at least 7 stars. Little Hui, hurry up and eat. When you're growing, eat more and your basic attributes might be higher. Lu Chen even picked up some food for Ah Hui. Nameless brother, I don't want to eat. You eat more. Ah Hui held back her tears. Hey, can you guys not look at me like that? You're making me look like I'm disabled. Lu Chen was speechless. The atmosphere is so sad. It's a psychological burden for the patient. It's not good for my recovery. Ah Tai seemed to have realized that this was not good. He picked up the chopsticks and said, Miss Luoyao, you should eat more too. Your internal injury also needs to be treated. Luoyao nodded, picked up the chopsticks and tasted it. Brother Tai, your side dish is really exquisite. That's right. By the way, nameless brother, you guessed wrong. I'm an 8-star cooking master. I've been away from home all this time and don't have any good ingredients. However, after my processing, I can make something special. Lu Chen smiled. Sorry, Brother Tai, I'm a 9-star cooking master. It can't be. Your cooking can be so good. When you recover, I'll try your cooking. My injury is actually not a big problem. I'll get you a fish for lunch. The atmosphere finally became lively, the team still stopped by the small waterfall. For the ingredients for lunch, Lu Chen was not far away, fishing in the deep pool below the waterfall. Rhubarb and Little Furball were not fighting today. Rhubarb leaned close to Lu Chen's feet, lying there, while Little Furball hid in Lu Chen's arms. Luoyao walked over and sat quietly. Is this outfit of yours specially made for fishing? Yes. It's the best outfit for fishing. That. Do you know why the black Qilin left just like that? Lu Chen looked at Luoyao in surprise. You changed the topic too much. Then, Lu Chen looked at the deep pool without meeting her eyes. I'm also thinking about this. Chapter 845. The Black Qilin knew who Lu Chen was. It knew that he had released the supreme magical beast, killed the 8-tailed snow fox, and watched him kill the 8-eyed gnome. It also knew that Lu Chen had come to the Demon Eye Valley to activate the Spirit Meridian. But when Lu Chen was severely injured, it actually left. Lu Chen could not understand why. Luoyao did not know the whole story. She said thoughtfully, I heard from the Black Qilin that you wanted to activate the Spirit Meridian here. Is there a Spirit Meridian here? Yes, there is an ancient Spirit Meridian. Lu Chen did not hide it. At the same time, he did not explain too much. Luoyao could tell that Lu Chen did not intend to explain in detail. Since he did not want to say it now, he probably would not say it even if she asked. Then, based on the current situation, Luoyao deduced, the Black Qilin did not stop you. Could it be that it actually wants you to activate the ancient Spirit Meridian? Lu Chen froze for a moment. After thinking about it carefully, he suddenly felt enlightened. That's right, why did the 4 heavenly kings of the magical beasts stop him from activating the Spirit Meridian? In fact, when the Spirit Meridian of the Holy Mountain was activated, he met that strange egg, which happened to hatch that magical beast. He was only accidentally sucked into the black gas and came into contact with that fellow. And after that fellow hatched, it did not stay to stop Lu Chen from doing anything. If the magical beast army did not want the Spirit Meridian to activate, then no matter how weak that fellow was, it should have reacted. But in the end, it just flew away. It was the same for the Black Qilin. It had been hiding in the Demon Eye Valley. In Lu Chen's subconscious, he thought that it would definitely stop him from activating the Spirit Meridian. But reality proved that the Black Qilin did not want to stop him at all. The Immortal level mission, Restart the Five Heavens, mentioned that the 5 spirit meridians were blocked by magical beasts. At that time, Lu Chen thought that the magical beasts might have blocked the spirit meridian because they did not want the immortal cultivators to increase their strength too quickly. But now that the magical beasts were reborn, if they had enough confidence, they might give up on blocking the spirit meridian. The spirit meridian of the Demon Eye Valley is yours, but the world is ours. Lu Chen recalled the words of the Black Qilin once again, and he suddenly felt enlightened. Luo Yao spoke again, moreover, I think they might want you to activate the spiritual meridian. Otherwise, if I were the Black Qilin, I would definitely kill you after I saw that you possessed the strength to kill the 8-eyed evil spirit. The only explanation for why they didn't attack you is that you're still useful to them. Luo Yao was indeed the Jade Emperor. Even though she only knew part of the truth, she was still able to analyze the cause and effect. Lu Chen furrowed his brows. Luo Yao's words made sense. Even if the Black Qilin gave up on the spirit vein, he was still a threat to the magical beast army. At that time, he had been seriously injured. Although he had kept a trump card, soul body as one and the God-fiend astral body, Lu Chen had kept it to deal with the Black Qilin. Not to mention whether or not he could win, the most important thing was that the Black Qilin should not have known that Lu Chen was hiding such a terrifying strength. Lu Chen had obtained the celestial devil astral body at the bottom of the autumn lake. After that, he had not used it against any other demonic beasts, so it could not have known about it in advance. Under such circumstances, the only explanation for the Black Qilin letting him off was what Luo Yao had said. It's possible, Lu Chen said. Then do you still plan to open the spirit vein? Lu Chen thought for a while. I'm not sure. Let's find the spirit vein first, then we'll make a decision. After resting in the camp for 3 days, Lu Chen's external injuries had started to scab, and Luo Yao had recovered a lot. Tai and Xiao Hui were originally going to the Peacock City, but now that the 8-eyed evil spirit was dead, the other demonic beasts were no longer a threat to them. It was not appropriate to go to the Peacock City, so they changed their itinerary and went with Lu Chen to the Goshawk City in the southwest direction. From there, they did not need to pass through the Magic Eye Valley anymore. The 4 heavenly kings of the demonic beasts are in trouble, and the 7 ancient war gods are reborn. It feels like the 5th heaven is getting more and more chaotic. Tai shook his head and said, I heard that some of the peerless experts who have been living in seclusion have started to become restless. I don't know what's going on in the 5th heaven. Lu Chen nodded. Tai, if you have the chance, take Xiao Hui to the Eastern Peak Nation to find my friends. One of them is called Tai Zhen, and the other is called Qian Qiushue. They are indigenous cultivators like you. If there are more people, we can take care of each other in the future. Tai nodded. In this chaotic world, it was too difficult for him to protect Xiao Hui alone. At this time, Luo Yao also said, go to the Eastern Peak Nation. Someone will ensure your safety. As they continued to go deeper into the canyon, the surroundings became extremely wide, and the road became more and more difficult to walk. 4 days later, the 4 of them arrived at the Goshawk City. Tai and Xiao Hui were about to leave them. Brother Nameless, Sister Luo Yao, you must be careful. Xiao Hui said with red eyes. Lu Chen touched Xiao Hui's head. You and your father must be careful too. I hope you can find your mother. Tai thought for a moment, then took out a wooden token and handed it to Lu Chen. Brother Nameless, take this token. What is this? Lu Chen looked at the token in his hand strangely. The wooden token was a little worn, but the 2 words on it were still very clear. Original deity. Do you still remember that I said that I stepped onto the path of cultivation because of an opportunity? Tai said. Lu Chen naturally remembered. He nodded and waited for Tai to finish. It is my opportunity. The original deity is the legendary god of our indigenous people. In our legends, the 7 ancient gods were unable to stop the demonic beast army, and it was him who saved the 5th heaven. Lu Chen frowned. In the Restart the 5th Heaven mission, there was mention of the war between gods and demons, but there was no record of how the cultivators won. Could it be that the original deity was the key to the missing part? If it was true, the original deity was the one who saved the 5th heaven, then thinking about the tragic situation of the indigenous people now, it was even more lamentable. Of course, this was just a legend. As for the truth, Lu Chen still needed to find the answer himself. Brother Nameless, the original deity's token contains part of the original deity's spiritual power. Even without the extraction scroll, as long as you cultivate every day, you can slowly increase your attributes. Ah! Lu Chen's eyes widened. This thing was so heaven-defying. No wonder Ah Tai could jump from an ordinary person to an earth cultivator. Even Xiao Hui had reached the great cultivator realm. Ah Tai, I can't accept this thing. Your cultivation is already difficult. I am an immortal cultivator. As long as I can get the extraction scroll, I can increase my level. Ah Tai pushed the original deity's token in front of Lu Chen and said firmly, Brother Nameless, you misunderstood. The original deity's token can only exert this much effect in my hands. I have reached the 4-star Earth Cultivator realm, and Xiao Hui has reached the 8-star Great Cultivator realm. We can no longer obtain the cultivation effect from the original deity's token. In the future, if we want to become stronger, we have to use the elixir. There is more than one original deity's token. The original deity knows how difficult it is for the indigenous people to cultivate. This is the opportunity that the original deity left for us indigenous people. It is like the fire of hope, allowing us indigenous people to see hope. And those of us who have been chosen will continue to pass on this hope. But, Brother Tai, I am not an indigenous person. Lu Chen looked at Ah Tai awkwardly. No. Ah Tai smiled at Lu Chen. In my eyes, you are an indigenous person. Chapter 846. Ah Tai handed the Origin Divine token to Lu Chen. After bidding farewell to Lu Chen and Luo Yao, he brought Xiao Hui into Goshawk City. Luo Yao left a letter for them, saying that if they encountered any trouble in the future, they could take this letter to the East Peak Nation. There would naturally be someone to protect them there. There was also a silver note with spirit stones in the letter, but Luo Yao did not tell them. If they encountered any trouble in the future, they would naturally see it. After watching the father and daughter leave, Luo Yao turned to look at Lu Chen and smiled. Even I don't know about the Origin Divine token. It's clear that the natives regard the Origin Divine token as the most precious treasure. In the end, they passed it on to you. Why? Are you jealous? Lu Chen smiled. TSK, who's jealous of you? Let's go. Lu Chen took one last look at the two figures disappearing into the crowd. Amidst the bustling crowd, the two quickly disappeared into the crowd. He did not know if they would be able to find their families and what their future would be like. I hope they can live well. After saying that, Lu Chen turned around and left the Goshawk City with Luo Yao. During the past few days of rushing, Ah Tai and Xiao Hui had taken care of almost all the trivial matters, allowing Lu Chen and Luo Yao to get sufficient rest. Under Lu Yi's meticulous care, Lu Chen's external injuries had already healed, and Luo Yao's internal injuries had also been treated. Of course, the only change was that Lu Chen was now missing an arm. Luo Yao and Lu Chen used the sickles that Ah Tai had left behind to chop away the plants blocking their path. Their speed was not fast. Hey, Luo Yao, who are you? Lu Chen suddenly asked. After the battle with the 8-eyed evil spirit, the two of them were much closer than before. At least, Lu Chen was sure that Luo Yao would not harm him. If it was crucial, she had plenty of time to do it that night when she took advantage of him. Luo Yao smiled. You're so scheming. Don't you have any guesses? There is. You came from the Eastern Peak Nation, and you are very strong. In the Eastern Peak Nation, even if you are not part of the Eastern Peak Nation's imperial family, you should still be used by them. Luo Yao wasn't nervous at all. Pretty much. Then what do you think my status is in the Dongyu imperial family? How would I know? I don't even know the Dongyue imperial family. Oh, I think I know someone called King Wu. But you're stronger than him, you can't be a princess, right? Princess? Luo Yao was slightly taken aback. She really was a princess in the past. If that was the case, then the solipsistic had guessed most of it correctly. But looking at his appearance, it should be impossible for him to guess that the person who had been traveling with him for over a month was the East Mountain Nation's ruler. Luo Yao noticed that ever since the battle with the eight-eyed evil spirit, Lu Chen had a rhubarb dog by his side. There was also a little white mouse that always rode on Rhubarb's neck. Nameless. Are they your pets? Lu Chen shook his head. To be exact, it's a battle pet. Battle pet? You rascal, you never tell the truth. What kind of combat strength can these two little fellows have? Lu Chen felt wronged. He was clearly telling the truth, but Luo Yao didn't believe there was any other way. Where do we go from here? We'll just follow Rhubarb. Lu Chen said. Ah. You're saying that we've been following Rhubarb all this time to look for the spirit vein? Lu Chen nodded. Now we can confirm that there's an ancient spirit vein in the Demon Eye Valley. As long as we search this area, Rhubarb will find it. Luo Yao never imagined that the nameless method of searching for the spirit vein would be relying on a dog. The Demon Eye Valley originally stretched for thousands of miles, and the widest part was 6 to 7 kilometers. Who knew how long it would take to search like this? However, half a month later, Luo Yao realized that Rhubarb was almost always walking in the direction of the Demon Eye Valley. Even when it reached the widest part of the Demon Eye Valley, it didn't search horizontally. What Luo Yao didn't know was that Rhubarb didn't need to search at all for a distance of 6 to 7 kilometers. That was why it could go southwest and search along the Demon Eye Valley. Unknowingly, the two had stayed in the Demon Eye Valley for 4 months and explored 2/3 of the Demon Eye Valley. Along the way, they encountered many attacks from various magical beasts. However, the species' bloodline wasn't high. The highest rank of the dragon species was no higher than the 6th rank. Most of them were ordinary magical beasts below the 4th rank. Luo Yao could handle such magical beasts alone. Every time after killing a magical beast, Luo Yao would see Lu Chen busy collecting beast cores. In the past half a year, that guy had collected countless beast cores. After dealing with a group of rank 2 Gujiao in front of them, Lu Chen collected dozens of rank 2 beast cores. For Luo Yao, killing rank 2 beasts was a piece of cake. Luo Yao, there seemed to be a lot of low-rank Gujiao nearby. Let's camp here tonight. Lu Chen said. Do you really plan to use these beast cores to raise your battle pets? But your battle pets don't seem to have grown much. Wouldn't it be a waste to use beast cores? Lu Chen smiled. You mean Rhubarb and Furball? They don't need beast cores. Let's set up camp by the river first. The camp was soon completed. However, this time, Lu Chen didn't help much. He just sat on the side, doing something unknown. Speaking of which, ever since Lu Chen lost an arm, Luo Yao had been doing all the chores. Lu Chen was almost only responsible for cooking. He didn't care about anything else. Luo Yao could only make a fire and boil water by herself. She also cleared out 2 dry flat areas and built a temporary canopy. If the people of the Dongyu country saw this, their jaws would probably drop. The dignified Jade Empress was actually doing housework. This was something they didn't even dare to dream of. Miss Lu was preparing to search for herbs in the surroundings with Rhubarb and Furball accompanying her. Many of the herbs in the 5th layer of heaven had been collected before. However, the Magic Eye Valley was an exception. Very few people came here. Even if there were herbalists who came to collect herbs, they would only do so in the surroundings. They didn't dare to go too deep. This gave Lu Yi a chance to pick up the leftovers. Those rare and precious herbs grew in dangerous places. Almost no one dared to collect them in the Magic Eye Valley. It could be said that Lu Yi's harvest was more than Lu Chen's. Lu Chen often had to remotely place some herbs he didn't recognize into the army's warehouse. The herbalists were probably very busy. Every time they checked the army's warehouse, Lu Chen would find that the herbs inside had been taken away. "Boss, I'm going to collect herbs. There's a swamp nearby. I think there might be rotting grass." "Okay, go. Be careful." "It's okay. Furball will protect me. It also needs to eat." The bored Luo Yao suddenly said, "Miss Lu, I don't want to be with this blockhead. I'll accompany you to take a look." After a long time, Luo Yao and Lu Yi were much more familiar. Okay. Miss Luo Yao can accompany me to talk if you go. However, boss, your side." Lu Chen smiled. "Go. There aren't any powerful fellows nearby. It's very safe here. You guys can go." With boss's permission, Lu Yi pulled Luo Yao and Rhubarb and Furball and happily went to collect herbs. After the few of them left the camp, Lu Chen looked around and slowly stood up. From his expression, he was a little nervous. "Originally, I planned to evolve my all-creation bloodline first. However, my physical body is permanently injured. It's not good to have that abnormal state. Even if I evolve it, it won't improve much. Therefore, I can only bet on you this time. He. I've caught countless pets. Today, I'm finally going to complete the ultimate transformation. He. Chapter 847. Ever since Lu Chen activated the long-range army material extraction function and reached level 5, he never forgot to extract the attributeless spirit essences he collected from the personal dungeons. 7 or 8 months after reaching level 5, he never forgot to cultivate his own battle pets. The large number of monsters Lu Chen killed to level up provided a large number of beast cores, plus the beast cores of the level 5 magical beasts. These divine beasts grew rapidly. After diligently cultivating these little guys for so many years, the most critical moment had finally arrived. For divine beasts, for ferocious beasts, for ultimate divine beasts, for ultimate ferocious beasts, extreme yin glow and extreme yang illumination had all reached adulthood. After the fusion, these little guys should not be around anymore. After being with them for so many years, Lu Chen looked at these big guys who had already grown up and was a little reluctant to part with them. However, the fusion beast god was also a kind of evolution for these divine beast battle pets. In the Jiutian where strength was respected, becoming stronger was the pursuit of all species. Thinking of this, Lu Chen no longer worried about these things and took out the beast god fusion stone. Seeing the beast god fusion stone, these guys who were in a mess suddenly quieted down. They already knew what their master was going to do. Their eyes seemed to emit fire as they looked at the stone excitedly. Sure enough, they also yearned to become stronger. Hun Dun walked in front of Lu Chen and rubbed his head against Lu Chen, as if to say goodbye. Tao Tai stuck out his tongue and licked. Half of Lu Chen's clothes were wet. Then, the big guy lowered his head and looked at Lu Chen's broken arm, crying in a low voice. Lu Chen touched Tao Tai's head and smiled. "It's just an arm, it's nothing." Especially the 4 divine beasts, Lu Chen got them in the US secret realm. They had followed Lu Chen for several years since they were young. Lu Chen was afraid that they would get hurt, so he almost never let them fight. These divine beasts had intelligence. How could they not understand that their boss wanted to protect them? Such deep feelings were needless to say. Lu Chen touched Tao Tai's big head and said, "You've all grown up. Do you still remember when you were little and caused me trouble all day long?" At that time, Lu Chen was still very weak. He thought that Jiutian was just an MMORPG, and the difficulty of obtaining materials almost drove him crazy. However, step by step, he still made it here. The divine beasts bid farewell to Lu Chen one by one. Although all of you have grown so big, I still like to call you little guys. Lu Chen smiled. Don't be so sad, you will still be with me in the future. Lu Chen smiled and said, I feel that after you become Beast God, it will be the start of fighting alongside me. We'll all welcome a new beginning. Lu Chen's eyes lit up with hope. Little guys, are you ready? The 18 top-notch divine beasts raised their heads and roared in unison. Lu Chen had not opened the soul and body as one, so their battle prowess was currently very weak, but it still did not change the fact that they were all divine beasts. Under the roar, the earth trembled. Right then, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky and tore the sky apart. A shocking clap of thunder reverberated between heaven and earth. Under the roar of thunder and lightning, the entire Demon Eye Valley was as bright as day. It just so happened that this bolt of lightning had appeared in time. Otherwise, people would have been scared out of their wits if they had heard the roar of the divine beasts. Under the lightning, 18 huge shadows shrouded the sky. Lu Chen felt that he was too small in front of these guys. Is this a natural anomaly? I haven't even started the synthesis yet. Lu Chen was frustrated. Alright, since the natural anomaly has appeared, then, let's begin the synthesis. In the sky, an even more horrifying bolt of lightning struck down from above the Jiutian. The horrifying forked lightning struck the mountain in the distance. In an instant, the mountain was reduced to ashes. This natural anomaly is a bit scary. Lu Chen did not care. He held the Beast God Synthesis Stone and continued the synthesis. All 18 battle pets were sucked into the Beast God Synthesis Stone. All of a sudden, the Beast God Synthesis Stone expanded dozens of times, turning into a huge white egg that was 4 or 5 times the size of Lu Chen. Naturally, Lu Chen could no longer hold on to the Beast God Synthesis Stone. He put the egg on the ground and waited for the result. The temperature of the surrounding air instantly rose. Lu Chen felt that he was about to be roasted. He had no choice but to retreat. Several bolts of lightning struck down. Before Lu Chen could do anything, the lightning had already landed on the egg. What is the meaning of this? Under the high temperature, the ground was on fire. The temperature was so high that Lu Chen had to step back for another 100 meters. Suddenly, heavy rain began to fall from the sky. This rain must be even heavier than the rain created by the rain jiao. It was as if there was a hole in the sky and the Milky Way was pouring down. What was strange was that the rain and the fire on the ground did not cancel each other out. The two existed side by side. More and more lightning bolts struck the egg mercilessly. Lu Chen almost thought that the synthesis would fail. Not even a god would be able to stop the lightning bolts. The wind sprang up, forming a tornado that enveloped the egg. The fire and the rain were entangled. The lightning bolts were jumping around in the wind. Lu Chen hurried to activate his Heaven's Eye. Only then did he realize how horrifying the surging spirit chi around the egg was. Spirit chi of different natures was washing the egg's shell like an endless sea. Oh my God! How can the egg withstand such attacks? Is this a synthesis or a heaven's test? In the distance, Luo Yao and the others were already far away. However, the sudden change behind them caught their attention. What is going on at the campsite? Oh my God! Over there, over there! Lu Yi opened her eyes wide in fear. Looking from the distance, Luo Yao saw flashes of lightning and roars of thunder. Inside the wind, the fire and the blue light were entangled like two dragons. She had never seen such a scene before. Luo Yao opened her eyes wide. No. Nameless. Let's go back. However, they found that they couldn't get close to the area in front of them. From the center of the area, there was an extremely exaggerated storm. The closer they got, the stronger the wind became. What is going on? Why is there such a horrifying phenomenon? Luo Yao opened her eyes with difficulty. This can't be a natural storm. Even I can't move forward. This is a spirit chi storm. Little Green, hold on to my hand. Little Green was a ghost pet in the first place. Encountering this kind of violent spiritual energy storm, it could not withstand it at all. Luo Yao, I can't hold on anymore. You go back and save boss. Luo Yao clenched her teeth and grabbed Little Green. She opened her spirit chi shield and retreated. She couldn't leave Lu Yi behind. For a full 10 hours, the violent spirit chi storm didn't weaken at all. 10 hours later, the celestial phenomenon finally weakened, and the wind pillar gradually weakened. The dark clouds dispersed, the fire extinguished, and the rain fell. Lu Chen had activated divine demon symbiosis, so he wasn't pushed out of the storm area. At this moment, he heaved a sigh of relief. This should be a heavenly tribulation, he said with lingering fear. The fusion beast god actually encountered a heavenly tribulation. Then, under such circumstances, did the fusion succeed? With this in mind, Lu Chen quickly used triple door and flashed to his original location. This place was already scorched earth. Looking around, Lu Chen finally found the huge white egg. At this moment it was suspended in mid-air. The outside isn't damaged. Lu Chen's breathing quickened. Could it be that the inside is cooked? As soon as he said that, there were a few cracking sounds. The shell of the huge egg cracked open. Chapter 848. Lu Chen had imagined countless times what the so-called beast god looked like. At this moment, as the white egg cracked open, Lu Chen's heart was in his throat. Crack, crack, crack. A large crack appeared on the surface of the eggshell. Then, something pushed open the broken eggshell from the inside. Immediately after, a few childish cries came from inside the eggshell. A little guy stumbled out of the eggshell and climbed out shakily. Seeing this little guy, Lu Chen's eyeballs almost popped out. Inside the egg, hatched a human. Not only a human, but a baby. This is the beast god. The huge egg was suspended in the air. While Lu Chen was still in a daze, the little guy was thrown down from the air. Lu Chen hurriedly went to catch it. But before he could reach it, the little guy realized the danger. In that instant, a shadow appeared all over its body. If Lu Chen was not wrong, the shadow should be the blazing vermilion bird. The shadow flashed by. The baby's back seemed to have a pair of invisible wings flapping, allowing him to float in the air. He sucked on his fingers and looked strangely at Lu Chen, who had rushed in front of him. His pair of lively eyes seemed to be thinking of something. Lu Chen was also a little confused. Firstly, he did not expect the beast god to be in human form. Secondly, this little guy could use some of the divine beast's abilities when he was just born. Looking at the little baby floating in the air, a drop of cold sweat appeared on Lu Chen's forehead. Maybe the beast god can be called a god, so he can appear in human form. Lu Chen comforted himself. Can you understand what I'm saying? Little guy. At first, the baby did not have any reaction. He was even a little wary of Lu Chen. But when Lu Chen said the word little guy, his eyes suddenly changed colors. It was as if those eyes hid the memories of those divine beasts. The changes were fleeting and his eyes quickly returned to black. But at this time, his eyes burst out with a burst of light. The little guy recognized Lu Chen. He threw himself into Lu Chen's arms. Lu Chen suddenly panicked. He did have experience in taking care of children. Lu Yi had been raised by him since she was 4 or 5 years old. However, he had no experience in taking care of babies. He was a straight man who was still single. He didn't even have a girlfriend, let alone a newborn baby waiting to be fed. Lu Chen didn't know how to respond for a moment. People said that babies were very fragile and that they had to be careful even when carrying them. This can't be. I'm going to be a stay-at-home dad. The little fellow's head burrowed into Lu Chen's arms. It seemed to be very close to Lu Chen. Lu Chen tried to pick up the little fellow. You're the beast deity. Baby. The little guy looked at Lu Chen curiously. His eyes were extremely clear, and it seemed like he didn't really understand what Lu Chen meant. Oh my God. Lu Chen carefully hugged the little beast god as he heaved a long sigh towards the sky. What a pleasant surprise. Lu Chen found that he couldn't put the little beast deity into the pet pen. Target is a creature born in the fifth firmament. Unable to be put into the pet pen. Huh? Lu Chen's eyes widened. No way. Lu Chen looked at the baby in his arms in horror. His eyelids were twitching. Does this mean that I'll have to carry him with me all the time? Putting that aside, Lu Chen hurried to check his status. Beast deity, infant, the system is unable to detect its attributes. Pfft. Lu Chen almost vomited blood and died. Another guy whose attributes couldn't be detected. Originally, he could proudly say that he was a beast tamer. But now, Lu Chen discovered that he was a trash beast tamer. He used to have a bunch of battle pets, but he only had 3 at the moment. Apart from rhubarb, he couldn't see the attributes of the furball and the beast deity. What kind of beast tamer was that? Even rhubarb was dangerous. That guy would look at himself in the mirror every day. Lu Chen was afraid that he wouldn't be able to see his attributes if he suddenly awakened one day. After all, even though that guy's combat ability was terrible, it was still a rare creature in the fifth firmament. If that day really came, Lu Chen's 3 battle pets would all be weird and free-range. The little guy was quite well behaved when Lu Chen came back, but it didn't become restless until Lu Chen lamented about the impermanence of life. Lu Chen looked at the little guy. It was white and tender. It didn't seem to be any different from other babies except for the abilities it had just shown. The little guy seemed to want to tell Lu Chen something. It pointed at the huge egg behind it. Do you want me to take a look at the egg? The little beast deity still didn't understand Lu Chen's words and was only focused on expressing its meaning. It was still pointing at the egg and was restless as it kicked its little feet around. Lu Chen guessed that the little guy wanted him to take a look, so he walked over with the little beast deity in his arms. There was nothing special about the white eggshell except for its large size. It was empty inside. Lu Chen picked up a piece of the eggshell on the ground and suddenly widened his eyes. Damn, why is it so heavy? He estimated that the palm-sized piece of eggshell weighed at least a few hundred kilograms. Lu Chen thought for a moment. The ultimate king of heavenly beasts had swallowed the eggshell that hatched him when he was still alive, which meant that there must be something in the eggshell that he needed to grow. The beast deity's eggshell shouldn't be any worse than his. Judging from its weight, it must have been tempered by the heavenly tribulation. After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen squatted and put the little guy on his knees. He picked up a piece of the eggshell and waved it in front of the little guy. You want this? The little guy danced with joy and reached out to take it. It looked very excited. Lu Chen tried to let him take it himself, but he still held it halfway. After all, the eggshell was too heavy for a baby. But unexpectedly, the little guy grabbed the eggshell with one hand and stuffed it into his mouth. Damn, so strong. Lu Chen was now even more certain that this little guy wasn't an ordinary person. This eggshell had been tempered by the heavenly tribulation repeatedly and didn't break. It was obvious how strong it was. Thinking back, breaking the eggshell from the inside required much more strength than grabbing a piece of the eggshell. If the little guy could do that, then picking up a piece of the eggshell would be a piece of cake. Back then, divine beast cubs only had high attributes when they reached adulthood. When they were just born, their basic attributes were about the same and were all in the single digits. But this little guy was born with certain abilities and had such a strong body. There was no doubt that the fusion this time was a success. The little guy wolfed down the eggshell in no time. Then, it hid in Lu Chen's arms as if that was the safest harbor and fell asleep soundly. Looking at the little guy sleeping soundly in his arms, Lu Chen smiled and shook his head. Lu Chen thought that the beast deity might be the winged dragon, the candle dragon, or some other powerful ancient divine beast. But he definitely didn't expect that the fusion of a beast deity would make him a stay-at-home dad. Little guy, sleep well. Lu Chen didn't want to wake the little beast deity up, so he found a soft patch of grass and sat down. Chapter 849. As the heavenly tribulation weakened, Luo Yao, Lu Yi, Rhubarb and Little Furball hurried back. When they arrived at the campsite, the area around them had changed beyond recognition. Luo Yao's heart tightened as she looked around. Rhubarb quickly ran out of the campsite. Luo Yao and the rest hurried to catch up. Finally, they found Lu Chen. At this moment, that guy's back was facing them as he sat there motionlessly. When they got closer, Luo Yao finally saw the situation clearly. Lu Chen was holding a baby in a daze. Luo Yao's eyes widened as she looked at Lu Chen in shock. Nameless, this child, Lu Chen turned his head and saw that Luo Yao's face was filled with question marks. In the wilderness of the Demon Eye Valley, they had just experienced a strange phenomenon. Suddenly, a child appeared out of nowhere. Anyone would have such an expression. Shoo, he's sleeping. Lu Chen gestured for Luo Yao to speak softly. Rhubarb and Little Furball were especially excited. Rhubarb circled around Lu Chen and stretched his neck to look at the child. Little Furball jumped onto Lu Chen and looked at the child with its head tilted. You too, don't wake him up. Lu Chen said. Luo Yao glanced at the child. He was snow-white and tender. He was sleeping soundly. She could not suppress the doubts in her heart and asked softly, but where did this child come from? This question was a little complicated to explain. This matter had to be explained from the first heaven of Yuyue mystery realm, including the killing of Tai Yuing and so on. Actually, there were too many secrets involved. Lu Chen did not want to explain too much. This child is my. He was about to say, my battle pet, but the last two words were stuck in his throat. If he said that, there would be a lot of things to explain. Why is he a baby? Why can't you keep him in the beast cage? Why is he in his original form? After Luo Yao heard this, she was even more shocked. This child is yours? Lu Chen gasped. Did he say that just now? The meaning had changed in an instant. I mean, I picked up this child. Lu Chen forced himself to come up with an excuse. Picked up. Luo Yao opened her eyes wide and walked quickly to Lu Chen. Seeing that the child was sleeping soundly, the worry on her face faded a little. Nameless. There was a strange phenomenon just now. This child's background is definitely not simple, Luo Yao reminded. His parents are definitely not ordinary people. Lu Chen nodded. I understand. We'll stay here for a few days. If no one comes to take the child away, then I'll take him away. Luo Yao thought for a moment. That was the only way. If the child's parents came looking for them, at least they had tried to find the child's parents. Even if they took the child away in the end, it was better than leaving the child here to be eaten by the magical beasts. Luo Yao was relieved when she thought of this. This child is sleeping so soundly. He caused such a phenomenon when he was born. I really don't know what's so special about him. Lu Chen felt a little apologetic, but there were some things that were better not to let Luo Yao know. After Luo Yao walked away, Lu Yi sat beside Lu Chen. Boss, he's the beast deity. Lu Yi guessed the child's identity at once. Lu Chen heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. Yes. I didn't expect him to be born in a human form. Boss, why didn't you keep him in the beast pen? The original form of a level 5 cannot be kept in the beast pen. Lu Chen shook his head. Lu Yi looked curiously at the baby in Lu Chen's arms and said dotingly, he's really different. Beast deity, little guy, what's so different about you? Boss, how is he going to grow? He won't grow up slowly like a human, right? I don't think so. He ate his own eggshell. As for how he's going to grow, I'm still not sure. Lu Chen said. He's different from other mythological beasts. He has great battle strength since birth. He seems to have retained some memories of his mythological beast past. It's very little, but he knows me. Lu Chen said proudly. Lu Chen was much more relaxed when chatting with Lu Yi. Lu Yi had followed Lu Chen for so long and knew everything. Lu Chen did not need to hide anything. Alright, it seems like we have to take good care of this little guy in the future and let him grow up quickly. Lu Yi gently touched the beast deity's little face. The sleeping beast deity felt a little itchy on his face. He scratched his face with his little chubby hand and then went back to sleep. Lu Chen said that he was going to stay here for a few days. The previous campsite had been destroyed, so the few of them built a new one. The new campsite was bigger, and everyone was busy for half a day. At night, they fell asleep immediately. The next day, when the sky was just starting to brighten, Lu Chen felt some movement beside him. He opened his eyes and saw the beast deity playing with the little furball and rhubarb. The little guy was sitting on rhubarb. When rhubarb ran around, he did not fall off. Instead, he was giggling. Speaking of which, this little guy seemed to have grown a little in one night. Perhaps it was because he digested the eggshell. When the little furball saw that Lu Chen was awake, it ran to Lu Chen and kept squeaking. Squeak squeak squeak. You want to bring the beast deity to hunt? Lu Chen sat up. He's still too young. Squeak squeak squeak. You will protect him? Lu Chen thought for a while. The beast deity's body was naturally very strong. With the little furball's protection, although there were many strange beasts around, their levels were very low. There was no danger. However, Lu Chen was still worried. I'll go with you. After Lu Chen washed up, he looked back. Luo Yao had also gotten up. Luo Yao, I'll go with them to kill some magical beasts. Okay, be careful. Don't go too far. If there's anything, send me a message. Got it. Lu Chen agreed and set off with the three of them. There used to be a large number of rank 2 and rank 3 Chongjiao around the campsite, but they were all cleared by Luo Yao. Coupled with yesterday's vision, Lu Chen walked for a long time before he found an area where magical beasts gathered. There were many swamp crocodiles in the swamp ahead. In the forest beside the swamp, there were large numbers of land magical beasts shuttling back and forth. There were also Chongjiao circling in the sky. Aren't there too many of them here? Lu Chen was still hesitating. Rhubarb and the rest had already rushed over happily. Damn, be careful. There's a boss here. Lu Chen shook his head, but he could no longer call them back. The little furball directly enlarged as it ran. Rhubarb jumped onto the little furball's palm with the beast deity. The little furball opened the bloodline bond between the two of them. And, with the bloodline bond, there won't be any danger. Lu Chen was not in a hurry and simply watched from the side. However, before Lu Chen could sit down, the little beast deity, who could not walk yet, jumped down from the little furball's palm and smashed into a large group of swamp crocodiles. Damn! Lu Chen jumped up. Little beast, go back. At this moment, the beast deity's body suddenly emitted a burst of fierce spirit energy. An afterimage of a blazing vermilion bird appeared behind him. Then, his body flew close to the swamp at a low altitude. Wherever he passed, the magical beasts were instantly roasted into charcoal. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen widened his eyes in disbelief. This guy's flames are many times stronger than the blazing vermilion bird. Chapter 850. Little Furball was very dissatisfied with the beast god for burning its food, so it roared at the beast god. The little fellow couldn't understand Lu Chen's words, but it seemed to be able to understand Little Furball's roar, so it giggled at it. Roar! Little Furball roared again. That fellow seemed to be a little afraid of it, so it retracted its flame. Lu Chen saw this scene clearly and couldn't help but shake his head. Looks like Little Furball is still the boss now. I wonder if Little Furball will be able to contend against Little Furball when it grows up. The growth of these two fellows had already exceeded Lu Chen's imagination. When the time comes, it would be hard for him to predict who would be stronger and who would be weaker. This fellow was born with such terrifying battle power. Killing second transition magical beasts is like playing with it. And after being burned by it, those second transition magical beasts can't be revived. I wonder what kind of fire seed its flame is. On this side, Little Furball burned out a charred path, and countless magical beasts died. Rhubarb jumped down from Little Furball's palm and collected the beast cores of these magical beasts. Little Furball chased after Little Furball. The two of them changed to physical attacks and rushed into a group of panicked third transition Dangkangs, killing them indiscriminately. Little Furball bit one beast at a time, and Lu Chen was very clear that every time this fellow opened its mouth, its attributes would unknowingly increase. And on Little Furball's side, 8 mythological beasts appeared behind him. The mythological beasts flashed by, and Little Furball could be seen flying at an extremely fast speed, flying in front of a third transition Dangkang, and directly smashing its skull with a punch. The scene was extremely cruel, red and white splashed all over his body. Little Furball didn't even put on any clothes, but he didn't care and turned to kill another one. Lu Chen directly activated Heaven's Eye, and only then did he see Little Furball's attack clearly. Heavy attack, split attack, combo attack, burning spirit energy, attack with ice and fire element attack. Damn, the mythological beast's passive attack is not missing, this fellow's normal attack is quite strong. The strange thing was, Little Furball seemed to have some kind of special ability. As long as it killed a magical beast, it couldn't be revived. His attack seems to have other attributes. Lu Chen couldn't communicate with Little Furball now, so he could only deduce in his heart. The killing continued. After 2 hours, Little Furball and Little Furball were in high spirits. At first, the surrounding magical beasts still bared their fangs, especially the fourth transition magical beasts. Facing the provocators, Little Furball quickly made them understand what it meant to submit. In any case, they just had to eat them. During the battle, Lu Chen also discovered that if the little beast encountered a magical beast that was killed by the Little Furball, it would not be afraid. There was only one time when he was attacked by a rank 4 leader Dang Kong. The little beast smashed that guy's head with a backhand attack, but Dang Kong did not die immediately, and regained rank 4 strength after rebirth. Seeing that the Sanfua prince had entered rank 4, the little beast ran towards the Little Furball, but the Little Furball still managed to subdue it. From this detail, Lu Chen deduced that it might be more difficult for the little critter to deal with a 4th transformation magical beast. Moreover, he couldn't really make the magical beast unable to revive. He could only deal with 3rd transformation magical beasts and below. Killing a high-level magical beast would reduce the number of rebirths. Of course, Little Furball already had the strength of a 3rd transition magical beast, which was already very scary. After all, it was not even a day old. This fellow knows that it can't win and calls me big brother. Lu Chen smiled and shook his head. But the more it was like this, the less Lu Chen had to worry. He was too young and didn't know the dangers of magical beasts. Rhubarb didn't stop either. It picked up beast cores everywhere, and its backpack was full. It ran to Lu Chen and wagged its tail. Woof woof woof. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. You guys have a clear division of labor. The two of them are in charge of killing, and you are in charge of looting the corpses. And, there's no one more suitable than you to loot the corpses. Rhubarb passed 200 beast cores to Lu Chen and barked at him. Woof woof woof. These are little furball's food? Lu Chen asked curiously. Rhubarb stuck out its tongue and nodded. All right. I was wondering why you guys were so sensible, helping me get beast cores to evolve my universal bloodline. Lu Chen looked at the beast cores. To him, these beast cores were still too low level. Woof woof woof. Rhubarb was very dissatisfied with its current job. It also wanted to kill magical beasts. Lu Chen immediately pulled Rhubarb back, not letting it go. He tried to persuade it. Don't. Rhubarb, listen to me. I only have you 3 battle pets now. Those 2 are already abnormal. You must continue to be normal. Why don't you return the 9 turns golden crow mirror to me? I keep feeling that something will happen if I leave it with you. Woof woof woof. The benefit of peeking at Luo Yao changing clothes. This. Rhubarb, what did Mu Xian teach you in the past? What did you learn? Am I that kind of person? Forget it, I was just joking. That is your exclusive treasure. How can I take it back? Lu Chen said with a guilty conscience. Rhubarb wagged its tail and happily ran off to continue collecting beast cores. Rhubarb also learned bad things. Lu Chen was speechless. He guessed that Mu Xian had taught Rhubarb a lot of bad things in the past. Until noon, this large swamp forest was already filled with the corpses of magical beasts. Only the little furball and little furball were left in the surroundings. The 2 guys cleared out all the magical beasts here. Just the beast cores alone, Lu Chen collected 700 to 800. Most of them were 2nd grade, some were 3rd grade, and a few were 4th grade. Before the 2 guys came back, the little furball took little furball to the nearby stream to take a bath and clean up the bloodstains on its body. When they came back, little furball had already fallen asleep in the little furball's palm. It seemed that it was too tired. Lu Chen took little furball. Little furball also became smaller and climbed onto Lu Chen's shoulder. Rhubarb followed by Lu Chen's side. 1 person, 3 heads. Or it could be said that 2 people and 2 beasts returned to the camp. Lu Chen and the rest stayed in the camp for 3 to 4 days. Every day, little furball and the rest would go out to hunt. After hunting, little furball would eat a few beast cores. After eating, it would fall asleep. Every time, it would sleep for a long time until dawn. The next day, it would wake Lu Chen up early in the morning. These few days in the camp, the days passed very slowly but also very fulfilling. Luo Yao brought Lu Yi to collect herbs every day. Lu Chen brought little furball in another direction to secretly hunt. At night, Lu Chen would often bring back some fresh ingredients and personally cook them. Luo Yao and Rhubarb would then wait for the food to be served. These regular days passed by in the blink of an eye. 4 days later, Lu Chen and the rest decided to leave this place. Nameless, it's inconvenient for you to carry little furball. Let me do it. Luo Yao took little furball from Lu Chen's hands. Little furball felt that something was wrong. It opened its sleepy eyes slightly. When it saw that it was the woman who had been living with its master, it fell asleep peacefully again. Little furball seems to have gained some weight. Looking at the little baby in her arms, Luo Yao touched his nose. Little furball, why do you only know how to sleep all day? Lu Chen smiled. How could little furball not sleep? It killed hundreds of magic beasts a day, speaking of which, Luo Yao was a woman after all. She liked children more than he did. Let's go. Rhubarb found something strange a while ago. Lu Chen stopped smiling and his expression became serious. If nothing went wrong, that was the Demon Pupil Valley's spirit vein. He had to make a choice again. Chapter 851. Rhubarb led the way while Lu Chen followed closely behind. Luo Yao held the little beast god in her arms. This team gave off the feeling of a family of 3 with a dog. After walking for 1 or 2 hours, everyone followed Rhubarb to a cave. It was still daytime, but the cave was pitch black. Only the sound of spring water could be heard. Rhubarb said that the spirit vein should be under the cave. The reason why it was certain that there was a spirit vein here was because the feeling it gave off was very similar to the feeling under the heavenly lake. Rhubarb, come back. Lu Chen called Rhubarb back. Immediately, Lu Chen made a torch and entered the cave with Luo Yao. At first, the path in the cave was narrow and rugged. The cave entrance was also very short. As the two entered, the ceiling of the cave became higher and higher. However, the path was still quite narrow. The two could only walk side by side. Lu Chen turned and walked forward. Suddenly, there was nothing under his feet. Fortunately, he held on to the wall beside him in time and stopped in time. Using the torch to illuminate the front, Lu Chen could not help but jump in fright. Luo Yao, slow down. This is a cliff. After Luo Yao caught up, she took a glance and could not help but take a deep breath. In front of the two was a pitch-black abyss. Just now, Lu Chen almost fell into it. At this moment, the two were at the narrow entrance of the cave. They could feel a strong air current erupting from the bottom of the abyss. The torch was like a flickering flame in the darkness. It was insignificant and flickered in the fierce wind. Lu Chen picked up a not small stone and threw it down. The stone actually flew directly into the sky at an extremely fast speed. 4 or 5 seconds later, the stone directly turned into powder. Astral wind. Lu Chen frowned. Such a huge abyss was filled with astral wind. Although it was not as strong as the astral wind belt in the Dragon Necropolis, its range was too terrifying. As the saying goes, dripping water can penetrate stone. Although the astral wind belt was strong, as long as one was fast enough, they could still use the ancient dragon bones to resist and pass through it. However, there was no path in front of him, and he couldn't see the bottom of the abyss. Lu Chen couldn't estimate whether it could support him to the bottom of the abyss. Luo Yao drew out her purple sky breaker with one hand and shot out a purple sword chi into the abyss. However, the purple sword aura disappeared in less than a second. Luo Yao frowned and said curiously, "That's strange. My purple cloud sword chi can't possibly be weaker than a rock. How could it be destroyed so quickly? Nameless, we're not going down, are we? Definitely, the spirit vein is below." Lu Chen replied with certainty. Luo Yao shook her head. The astral wind here is a little strange. That stone could hold on for 5 or 6 seconds, but my sword energy was instantly scattered. This place is so deep. Even if the astral winds aren't strong, I'm afraid that we'll be corroded by the astral winds before we even reach the ground. Luo Yao frowned. Even if we go down, can we come back up? I can't see anything down there. Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, if the black Qilin can come out, it means that there's a path down there. The key is to resist the astral winds here. Nameless, you hold the child. I have a spirit shield. I'll go and test the strength of the astral winds. If the situation doesn't seem right, listen to me and pull me back. Luo Yao handed the little beast deity to Lu Chen. She activated her spirit shield and jumped into the abyss. Lu Chen opened his heavenly eye to check the situation of Luo Yao's spirit shield. He saw that the moment Luo Yao entered the astral winds, her spirit shield was being consumed at an extremely fast speed. Even though she was quickly replenishing her spirit shield, it was still far slower than the speed at which it was being consumed. At this rate, Luo Yao wouldn't last more than 3 seconds. Listen to me. Lu Chen hurriedly pulled Luo Yao back. This accident was beyond their expectations. Both of them were in a hurry. Luo Yao hurriedly held on to Lu Chen and steadied herself. Lu Chen could smell the faint fragrance on Luo Yao's body. He held on to the little beast deity's arm and felt that he had touched something soft. Luo Yao hurriedly let go of Lu Chen and took a step back. She lowered her head and said in a low voice, Thank you. It's too narrow here. I couldn't stand properly. Lu Chen nodded. It's indeed a bit narrow. The astral winds suddenly became very strong. Lu Chen changed the topic. Luo Yao hurriedly followed. Yes, my spirit shield couldn't withstand it at all. If you hadn't pulled me back in time. Luo Yao panted heavily. It seemed that she had consumed a lot of energy in that short moment. On the one hand, she also felt a little scared. At this level. I'm afraid we can't go down. Luo Yao said. Lu Chen frowned. The second spirit vein that he had been searching for was right under their feet. Even the guardian black Qilin wasn't here. It could be said that it was at their fingertips. However, it was blocked by this abyss. Wait a minute, let me think about it. Lu Chen suddenly remembered that the stone he had thrown just now turned into ashes after 5 or 6 seconds. However, it was very difficult for Luo Yao to support herself. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be so difficult for her. At least 10 minutes shouldn't be a problem. But in fact, even if Luo Yao used her spirit shield, it was impossible for her to hold on for more than 5 seconds. Lu Chen suddenly thought of a possibility. This astral wind was stronger against a strong opponent. The spirit vein should be at the bottom of the abyss. What was the standard for judging the strength of a spirit vein? It was very likely that it was spiritual energy. Luo Yao's spiritual energy was definitely very high, so the corrosion she suffered was even stronger. The stone had almost no spiritual energy, so it took 5 or 6 seconds for it to turn into ashes. Coincidentally, the two seemed to have thought of this possibility at the same time. They both looked up at each other. You thought of it? Then tell me. Lu Chen said. Luo Yao's eyes flickered. She seemed to have forgotten what to say for a moment. After thinking for a while, she remembered. Oh, the astral wind here may have different effects depending on the strength of the target. Lu Chen nodded. I think so too. It's very likely that the stronger the spiritual energy, the greater the impact. Lu Chen then said, I'll give it a try. Nameless. Luo Yao pulled Lu Chen. This is just our speculation. Lu Chen smiled. Since you have a speculation, go and verify it. Fortunately, I didn't rush to use the revelation scroll. I'm only a 7-star cultivator now, so the impact is much smaller than yours. Moreover, I have a skill to recover spiritual energy. If our speculation is wrong, the astral wind won't be able to kill me instantly. You can rest assured. Luo Yao weighed the pros and cons and finally nodded. Then be careful. By the way, do you want me to hold the child? Just when Lu Chen was about to hand the little beast god over to Luo Yao, the little guy suddenly woke up. He glanced at the abyss next to him, as if he was attracted by the endless spiritual energy. He suddenly jumped down and directly jumped down. Little beast! Lu Chen exclaimed. Things happened too suddenly. Lu Chen didn't activate any status, and the cooldown of ready ears was not over yet. Lu Chen didn't have time to think and jumped down with 9 void steps. Luo Yao's heart was in her throat. Solipsistic. After saying that, Luo Yao didn't care about anything else and jumped down directly. In an instant, Luo Yao felt an unbearable spiritual energy wash over her, making her unable to resist at all. Fortunately, she wasn't far from the entrance of the cave. When her body was hit upward, she fiercely swung dozens of sword chi forward, which produced a backward force that pushed her out of the range of the astral wind and fell heavily at the entrance of the cave. However, when she got up again and looked at the endless dark abyss, she could no longer see Lu Chen's figure. Solipsistic. Luo Yao faced the abyss and screamed at the top of her lungs. Chapter 852. Lu Chen felt like his body was being cut by countless sharp blades. He barely managed to open his heaven observation eye and saw the little critter not far below. However, he still resisted the urge to activate any state. The little critter also felt the astral winds washing its body and cried out in pain. Lu Chen forced himself to calm down. He heard Luo Yao's voice just now. She should still be at the cave entrance. The astral winds here were completely different from the ones in the Dragon Necropolis. Lu Chen did not dare to use the limitless sword to resist the astral winds. He was afraid that the spiritual energy emitted by the limitless sword would cause a strong reaction to the astral winds. If he kept his body in this state, he could not activate any enhancement skills, let alone soul body as one. If he activated it, he would die without a doubt. Lu Chen shrunk his body and quickly chased after the little critter. Little critter, don't move. I'm coming. Lu Chen quickly approached the little critter and hugged it. It was strange that this little critter actually knew not to use any spiritual energy. Although it cried out in pain, it did not awaken any divine beast's virtual image. Fortunately, this little critter's body was strong enough. Otherwise, it would have turned into ashes. You little critter, why didn't you say anything before jumping down? Lu Chen hugged it tightly with his only arm and used his body to block the astral winds. After all, the beast god was only a few months old. Although it was very strong, its intelligence was probably like a baby's. When it saw something it liked, it would take it without caring about the dangers. The little critter felt the surrounding astral winds weaken. It looked up at Lu Chen blankly and a trace of warmth flashed through its eyes. Then it burrowed into Lu Chen's arms and became well-behaved. In a dozen seconds, Lu Chen already felt that his skin was about to be peeled open. It was burning with pain. This won't do. My body won't be able to withstand it. Everything has spiritual energy. Nothing can pass through the astral winds completely unharmed. No matter how low Lu Chen's level was, he was still a 7-star cultivator. His spiritual energy was more than 40,000. If this continued, his body would disintegrate before he reached the bottom of the abyss. Damn it! Let's try the chaos spiritual energy. Lu Chen had no choice but to try and convert his spiritual pills into chaos spiritual pills. It still doesn't work. Lu Chen discovered that the skin on his arm had already peeled off. Lu Chen's arm was covered in blood and flesh, and he could even see the bones on his wrist. I'm going to die. Lu Chen's mind trembled. Could it be that there was no way to break it? Lu Chen tried his best to calm himself down and tried his best to recall. This was not the first time Lu Chen had encountered such a desperate situation. The most recent time was probably when he had transmigrated to Nuwa's heaven patching palm. At that time, Lu Chen had successfully passed through the spiritual energy wall with the help of a chaos spiritual pill. Subsequently, he had gone through the test given to him by Nuwa. At that time, he had become a part of the divine sky-mending stone. After the trial had ended, Nuwa had mentioned something to him. What you learned in the heaven-mending illusory realm might be helpful to you if you have the time to study it. What did he learn in the heaven-mending environment? It was nothing more than becoming a part of the divine sky-mending stone. Wait a minute. Maybe this was what Nuwa was talking about. Lu Chen's lonely shadow fishing had been destroyed. His entire arm was exposed to the white bones. Now, he could only turn his back to the abyss and let the astral winds wash over him. Only this way could he protect the little critter. But he could not hold on for much longer. Lu Chen endured the pain and calmed himself down to recall. When he had become a part of the divine sky-mending stone, he could see all kinds of scenes in the world, but he could not feel his own body. It was as if he was only a consciousness, overlooking the common people, watching them rise and fall, watching all living things grow, absorbing strand after strand of spiritual energy to strengthen himself. Day after day, year after year, he could perceive all things, but he could not perceive himself. If this was a kind of realm, then it must be called selflessness. When Lu Chen thought of these two words in his mind, that feeling seemed to have returned. The surrounding astral winds had disappeared. All of a sudden, the pain in his body disappeared. Maybe it was just that Lu Chen could not feel it. Lu Chen himself could not explain it clearly. For some reason, the surrounding astral winds slowed down in an instant. The astral winds were no longer sharp and bone-piercing. Instead, they became soft and gentle, as if they were gently supporting Lu Chen so that his falling speed would not be too fast. This is. Lu Chen could not be sure whether the so-called selflessness realm existed or not. He only knew that after entering this kind of spiritual energy to the finest degree state, although the flow of spiritual energy in his body was not blocked, it was abnormally slow. Immortal cultivators often needed to quickly mobilize spiritual energy to perform moves. The faster the speed, the faster the skill would be released. But who would have thought that there was a method that could actually slow down the flow of spiritual energy, almost to the point of stagnation? In any case, the astral winds now seemed to be unable to sense Lu Chen. From a ferocious beast, they recovered their calm. Lu Chen slightly closed his eyes, allowing his body to move with the wind. He did not know how much time had passed, but Lu Chen estimated that it might have been more than 2 hours. After falling like this for 2 hours, he should have reached the depths of the ground. However, there was no magma or fire at the bottom of the abyss. When Lu Chen landed, he found that there were bright blue lights flashing everywhere, stretching for thousands of meters. Lu Chen felt for a moment. About 300 to 400 meters above the ground, there was no longer any astral winds. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Looking at his right arm, the injury was very serious. The arm that was facing outward had lost flesh and blood, and Lu Chen's bones were white. The other parts of his body were the same. The flesh and blood on his body seemed to have been cut off by the astral winds. His face was also in pain. It was probably disfigured. In just 20 seconds, Lu Chen's injuries were more severe than the battle with the eight-eyed demon. Little Green. Lu Chen had just called out Little Green when he fainted. When Little Green came out and saw Lu Chen like this, he was so scared that his face turned pale. Boss. Lu Chen's injuries were too serious this time. He almost turned into ashes. Although Little Green took care of him for 3 days, Lu Chen was still unconscious. The little beast didn't run around. It sat beside Lu Chen and guarded him. When it was sleepy, it leaned against Lu Chen and fell asleep reluctantly. One had to know that the little critter was attracted by the huge amount of spirit energy in the abyss. Now that it was really at the bottom, it could resist looking for the spirit source and accompany Lu Chen. This meant that in its heart, Lu Chen was more important than spirit energy. Fortunately, Lu Chen had comprehended the state of selflessness in time, and there was no permanent damage that couldn't be repaired. Before this, Lu Yi had collected a lot of herbs in the Magic Pupil Valley. There was no need to worry about the herbs, but it would take time to recover. 2 days later, new flesh began to grow on Lu Chen's body. On the 3rd day, Lu Chen woke up. Lu Yi hurriedly fed him water and food. "Boss, you're finally awake." Lu Yi cried and said, "I was worried to death." Lu Chen looked at Lu Yi with gratification. "Fortunately, I have you by my side. Otherwise, I don't know how many times I would have died. Boss, others only see your strength, but we know where your strength comes from. This time, you almost died in the astral winds. Lu Yi had been worried and frightened for the past few days. At this time, she couldn't help but cry. Lu Chen laughed. I'm fine. Are these blue oars around me? Boss, you have to listen to me this time. Lu Yi said fiercely. You have to heal before you go see. It was rare for Lu Yi to be angry, so Lu Chen could only give in. Okay. I'll listen to the doctor. I'll go explore after I'm better. Chapter 853. This rest lasted for over a week. When Lu Chen had fully recovered, he finally received permission from the doctor to begin his exploration. Lu Chen carried the little beast with one hand and led little green, rhubarb, and little furball toward the faint blue light in the distance. This blue light was being emitted by some special crystals on the walls. There weren't many of these crystals, but the light was very obvious. Strange, what are these crystals? They're not spirit stone mines. Lu Chen used his heavenly observation eye to discover that these crystals contained a large amount of spiritual power. Little beast god, who was already a lot more obedient, suddenly began to dance with joy, as if it was very interested in these crystals. Little beast, don't tell me you want to eat these crystals. Lu Chen was a little perplexed. Little furball, these things. Lu Chen had just turned around when he discovered that little furball was biting into the hard rock surrounding the crystals and pulling out an irregular crystal. It wanted to eat it. When it came to eating, little furball was definitely the king. Little furball held the crystal and gnawed on it, but it soon stopped. Squeak squeak squeak, Lu Chen laughed heartily. Little furball didn't like to eat inanimate objects. It preferred to eat living things, whether it was plants or animals, but crystals were really difficult to swallow. Little furball jumped onto Little Beast God's back and gave the half-eaten crystal to Little Beast God. Little Beast God didn't even think before putting it into its mouth and chewing on it. After eating a piece, Little Beast God raised its hand again, as if it wanted Little Furball to help it get some more. It looked like Little Beast God really liked to eat these crystals. Perhaps it would be beneficial to its growth. There were at least 100 of these blue crystals on the walls of this several-kilometer-long passageway. The blue light at the end of the passageway was even more intense, so there might be even more crystals there. It looked like it would be enough for Little Beast God to eat for a while. However, Lu Chen's most urgent task was to find the spirit vein, so he didn't want to waste too much time here. Little Green, help me look after Little Beast God. Little Furball, you take down all these crystals. Give Little Beast God what he can eat, and take away the rest. Remember to protect them. Rhubarb and I will go look for the spirit vein. Oh, by the way, check if there are any exits around. The black Qilin shouldn't have gone up from the astral winds. I don't believe it can withstand it. There should be other exits nearby. The group split into two. Harry Ball and the others took the crystals, while Lu Chen and Rhubarb continued forward. Not long after, Lu Chen and Rhubarb reached the end of the passage. Lu Chen realized that the blue light was coming from around the corner. There's still so much light even after turning a corner. Don't tell me there's another crystal mine inside. Lu Chen led Rhubarb into a corner. After turning the corner, Lu Chen was stunned. The passageway at the bottom of the abyss was actually quite spacious. It was estimated to be 200 to 300 meters wide. However, compared to the spacious area in front of him, that passage was as thin as a toothpick. The open area in front of him stretched for thousands of meters, and he couldn't see the end of it. In the center of the area, there was a huge irregular crystal floating in the air. It was dozens of meters tall, like a skyscraper. The crystal was cut neatly and shaped like a diamond. It emitted a faint blue light, illuminating the entire area like a dream palace. Such a big crystal. Lu Chen opened his eyes wide. If it was eaten by the little critter, it would be enough for him to eat for several years. Woof, woof, woof. Rhubarb barked a few times. Could this be the spiritual source of the spirit vein? Lu Chen looked at the crystal in astonishment. Spirit veins were nothing more than areas formed by powerful spiritual sources. There was no place that would form a spirit vein for no reason. Not to mention the 5 great spirit veins of the 5th heaven. Lu Chen suddenly understood. The spirit vein of the demon pupil valley was formed by this huge crystal. Because of the existence of the crystal, over thousands of years, small crystals had formed on the surrounding walls. Of course, those were not spirit stones, but the miniature spirit ore that was thousands of times more valuable than spirit stones. No wonder the little critter had jumped down so impulsively. To it, the bottom of the abyss was an unimaginable treasure. Furball is too stubborn. It doesn't even want to eat the spirit vein. Well, that fellow can increase its strength by eating anything. Naturally, it would like delicious food. Since this was the spirit vein, it meant that Lu Chen had already found the spirit vein of the demon pupil valley. Now, what he needed to do was to unlock it. There was a formation in the plaza, which should be the key to sealing the spirit vein. As long as he could unlock the formation, the spirit vein would be unlocked. Looking at the spirit vein in front of him, Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. The black Qilin had left. Even if there were astral winds blocking the outside, if one wanted to, the astral winds might be able to pass through. Furthermore, the black Qilin must know that there were other exits. In other words, if it did not guard this place, someone would be able to enter. When the black Qilin left, I was heavily injured, but it did not do anything. I think it wanted me to unlock the spirit vein. Lu Chen said to Rhubarb. The demonic beast sovereign has been reborn. One of the 4 heavenly kings, the black Qilin, has also left. If my guess is correct, it has already gone to find the demonic beast sovereign. Could it be that if I restart the 5th layer of heaven, I will also restart the war of gods and demons? If your guess is correct, then what will you choose? Suddenly, someone asked, giving Lu Chen a fright. The voice belonged to a man. It was very close, but Lu Chen did not notice a stranger approaching. This was originally an extremely frightening thing. Lu Chen instinctively jumped away and retreated to Rhubarb's side, vigilantly looking around. After opening his heaven's eye, Lu Chen did not discover anything. Who is it? Sneaking around, come out. Lu Chen said loudly. My name is Tai Xing. The voice seemed to be beside Lu Chen. Of course, if you are willing, you can also call me Origin God. Lu Chen reacted for a moment and quickly took out the Origin God token from his backpack. The previously dull and old wooden tablet had unknowingly taken on a new look. The words on it were faintly glowing red. The entire token seemed to be alive. It's you. Of course it's me. Every Origin God token has a trace of my spiritual energy. Otherwise, how could the natives not rely on the extraction scroll to cultivate? Solipsistic, ever since a Tai gave me to you, I have been following you. And I have discovered that you are indeed an interesting person. Lu Chen did not comment. Why did you suddenly appear here? Do you know what this spiritual source is called? Lu Chen naturally did not know. Origin Crystal. The voice of the Origin God came from the wooden tablet. This is the origin stone of the planet under your feet. It gave birth to the mountains and rivers of Tai Xing and gave birth to the natives here. All of us natives are its children. Lu Chen opened his eyes wide and continued to listen to the Origin God. In the last great war of gods and demons, you foreign cultivators, although it was to protect yourselves, you also fought with the demonic beast army to the death. In the end, you were defeated. Heart Refining Academy, Divine Temple, Kunlun Temple, Thousand Calamity Valley, 7 great countries, 7 great gods of war, tens of millions of cultivators, hundreds of races, could not defeat the demonic beast army and were defeated. The voice of the origin god seemed to have lost control and returned to the era of the gods and demons. Chapter 854. An image was projected from the wooden tablet and displayed in front of Lu Chen. He saw an extremely long battle line filled with cultivators from various races. At the front of the line stood 7 people. Lu Chen recognized one of them at a glance. It was the East Mountain Ice God from the ancient Snow Mountain City. Opposite them was an even larger army of demonic beasts. Countless demonic beasts swarmed towards the human army. Even the sky was blocked by the flying demonic beasts, making it impossible to see the sun. The battle was extremely tragic. At the beginning of the war, the cultivators could barely resist. However, as the demonic beasts were reborn again and again, their strength greatly increased. It became increasingly difficult for the humans to resist. Finally, the cultivator army began to collapse. Lu Chen was dumbfounded. Such a terrifying scale of war far exceeded any previous war in the heavens. Moreover, the fifth heavens were all fighting in their true forms. When people died, they really died. The cruelty of war was vividly displayed here. The voice of the origin god sounded again. This is only one confrontation in the great war of gods and devils. There are countless battles taking place in various cities of the fifth heavens. Corpses and remains can be seen everywhere. The scene changed to a certain city that had been captured. The buildings here were beyond recognition. Thick smoke billowed everywhere. On the streets, children helplessly searched for their parents and relatives among the corpses on the ground. However, some demonic beasts passed by and mercilessly tore the children's bodies apart. The children in the fifth heavens should be the children of the Aborigines. Even the cultivators could not protect themselves. Who would care about their lives? The scene changed again. A cultivator riddled with scars dragged his heavily injured body to a secluded village. The villagers treated him respectfully. However, he took a fancy to a young and beautiful woman among the villagers. He actually molested the woman in front of the villagers who saved him. After his injuries were healed, he mercilessly massacred the entire village. Lu Chen's eyes widened. Was this also a scene from the Great War of Gods and Devils? In the Great War of Gods and Devils, the cultivators swore to protect the fifth heavens. However, they only protected themselves. In their eyes, we are nothing but livestock. We natives have always been a foil to you cultivators, but it seems that even the Jyotian have forgotten that we are also living people. The origin god's tone was a little angry. We have family, we have friends, we have joys and sorrows, we have dreams, we have emotions. However, a long, long time ago, our protectors lost an important war, causing this place to become the fifth heaven today. And we have become livestock in your eyes. The scene disappeared, leaving behind only Lu Chen, who was deep in thought. After a long while, the voice from the wooden tablet sounded again. What's laughable is that I exchanged my life for the fifth layer of heaven, and I also left behind 100 origin god tokens, but I still couldn't change the fate of the natives. Solipsistic, tell me, is this the will of the heavens? Lu Chen was silent for a long time, then let out a long sigh. I don't know if it's the will of the heavens, but I do know that there are still people working hard to change their fate. I know, I also saw it. Generation after generation of people have obtained power from the origin god tokens, and they are also passing down the origin god tokens. It's just that after 3,000 years, I still haven't seen the person who can change the fate of the natives. Lu Chen didn't know what to say. 3,000 years wasn't a short time, and it wasn't something that could be comforted by a light sentence like, there will always be such a person. Solipsistic, I unknowingly told you so much. You still haven't answered my question. If restarting the fifth layer of heaven means restarting some war, will you open this spirit vein? The origin god suddenly returned to the original topic, as if he had to know Lu Chen's answer. You have seen the cruelty of the war just now. Will you let it repeat itself? Lu Chen took a deep breath and asked, why do I have to answer you? Because, you can't open the array on the ground. This array was set up by me. You sealed the origin crystal. Dragon-type magical beasts aren't the only ones who don't want you immortal cultivators to become stronger. The origin god said coldly. From this point, I am on the magical beast's side. Lu Chen frowned slightly. The origin god did have sufficient reasons to not want the immortal cultivators to become stronger. If I open the spirit vein, what effect will it have on the magical beast army? Why does the black Qilin seem to want me to open the spirit vein? The origin god's voice replied, the spirit vein will allow the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to multiply, but in a short period of time, the immortal cultivators won't be able to enjoy the benefits of an abundance of spiritual energy. The sovereign magical beast destroyed the spirit stone mines everywhere. Apart from its own growth, it also cut off the way for you to obtain the extraction scroll. Therefore, in a short period of time, you won't be able to improve much. For the magical beast army, for example, the black Qilin, this array was set up by me, but it was the one who maintained the array for thousands of years. When you open the spirit vein, part of its power will return to its body. You only saw the black Qilin let you go, but you don't know that at that time, the black Qilin's power was less than 1/10 of its peak. Lu Chen took a deep breath. So it wasn't the black Qilin that missed the opportunity to kill him, but he missed the opportunity to kill the black Qilin. No wonder that fellow ran away so quickly, it was a trap. Lu Chen glanced at the origin crystal. After knowing so much, would he still open the spirit vein? After thinking for a long time, Lu Chen shook his head. I'm not sure either. I don't really care about the reward of that mission. It's just a spirit stone mine. And if I give up the remaining 4 spirit veins, the 4 heavenly kings of the magical beast army's power will decrease sharply. Perhaps the immortal cultivators will be able to stop the god and demon army. After hearing Lu Chen's answer, the origin god suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha, no wonder Ah Tai would make an exception and give the origin god's token to an outsider like you. Lone tyrant, if it were any other immortal cultivator, they would have impatiently opened their spirit meridians just for the sake of the increase in their strength. They don't care about the lives of the natives at all. Lu Chen shook his head. My friends are here. Ah Tai, Xiao Hui, Shui'er, Tai Shu, those hunting dragon village villagers who gave me gifts. What's the difference between Tai Star and my hometown? During the Great War of Gods and Demons, even immortal cultivators couldn't protect themselves, let alone them. Only you would compare the natives with the people of your own world, let alone become true friends with them. The origin god said. Solipsistic, don't you understand? When you opened the spirit vein under the heavenly lake, the demonic beast supremacy was reborn. The 4 heavenly kings of the demonic beast gave up the spirit vein and returned to the demonic beast army. The 7 ancient gods awakened one after another. Solipsistic, the 5th heaven is bound to usher in a disaster even more terrifying than the previous great war of gods and demons. Even if you didn't open the spirit vein here and the 4 heavenly kings couldn't recover their power in a short time, it doesn't mean they can't recover. At the very least, they will have new 4 heavenly kings. If the demonic beast supremacy doesn't die, it will be the beginning of the disaster. The gears of fate have already been set in motion. No one can stop it. The second great war of gods and demons is inevitable. It's only a matter of time. Lu Chen frowned. If that's the case, why do you still care whether I can open the spirit vein or not? The origin god sighed. This is only a small test for you, to let me see clearly what kind of person you are. Fortunately, Ah Tai didn't misjudge you. I will open the spirit vein here for you. Not only that, I will also tell you the location of the other 3 ancient spirit veins. But you must promise me one thing. What is it? Lu Chen frowned. Do everything you can to stop the demonic beast supremacy. Chapter 855. Lu Chen said without hesitation, I promise you. Anyway, if I want to go to the sixth heaven, I can't avoid that guy. Good, even though the prophecy says that there is no solution, you and I are both people who don't believe in the heavens. I, Tai Xing, am willing to place all my bets on you, the one who tied the bell. The appearance of the origin god gave Lu Chen a complete understanding of the ancient war between gods and demons. Whether it was the 7 ancient gods or the origin god, it was impossible to say who really ended that cruel war. If one were to say who defeated the magical beast army, it could only be said that it was the countless immortal cultivators and the native cultivators. However, the origin god was undoubtedly the most crucial link. It was he who used the power of the origin crystal to defeat the supreme magical beast and completely destroy the magical beast army. After receiving Lu Chen's reply, the wooden tablet poured out a steady stream of spiritual energy and flowed along the talisman array on the ground. Suddenly, a cloud of black gas appeared in the array and quickly condensed into the appearance of a black qilin. Lu Chen hurriedly prepared to fight, but the origin god said, Don't be nervous, that's the spiritual energy it left behind. When I remove the seal, its spiritual energy will also return to the main body. At this moment, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a huge pressure. Opening the spirit vein meant that he would be able to release the full power of the 4 heavenly kings of the magical beast army. It was as if this magical beast army was created by him alone, as expected. As the array was gradually unsealed, the black qilin spiritual energy rushed to the northwest corner of the area in the blink of an eye and fled through an inconspicuous passage. Is that the exit? Lu Chen immediately realized this point. Now he didn't have to look for it. Soon, the array beneath the origin crystal was filled with spiritual energy. The characters on the array flashed with golden light and then suddenly collapsed as if they were solid. With a boom, the origin crystal was like a sleeping beast that was suddenly awakened and instantly exploded with a terrifying spiritual energy storm. Lu Chen hurriedly called back Rhubarb. Solipsistic, the origin crystal's spiritual energy is quickly recovering. You should be able to bear it. Cultivate immediately and you will benefit greatly. The origin god shouted anxiously. 30 days. 30 days later, before the origin crystal's spiritual energy completely recovers, we must leave this place. Under the violent storm of spiritual energy, Lu Chen's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. No, my friends are still here. I have to find them first. He was talking about Luoyao. As for the little furball and the others, 30 days was enough for them to dig out all the origin crystal fragments and come looking for him. Only Luoyao didn't know if he was dead or alive. She waited for you at the entrance of the cave for 7 days. He left the day before yesterday. He left the day before yesterday. Have you forgotten that you've been recuperating here for 10 days? Something big happened in the Dongyu nation and she stayed here to guard you for 7 days. Anyone with a bit of sense would know that you're dead. That girl is also infatuated. Lu Chen asked in surprise, but how did you know? Don't forget, there's more than one origin divine medallion. Lu Chen suddenly remembered that if the origin god knew his identity, he must know about the other people who had the origin god token. Perhaps there were natives in the Dongyu kingdom who had the origin god token. Hurry up and cultivate. Lu Chen hurriedly sat down cross-legged and entered the demonic god symbiosis state, increasing the speed of his spirit energy cultivation. However, Lu Chen suddenly discovered that his spirit energy was increasing by 80 points every minute, which was no different from normal. What's going on? I should be cultivating near the spirit source, so my cultivation speed should be doubled. Lu Chen said in astonishment. The origin god said, the origin crystal's ability is different from the holy mountain spirit vein. You're cultivating your main body here. What? Main body? Lu Chen was stunned. Yes, the origin crystal is a fifth heavenly layer origin crystal. It can't upgrade the war soul, but it can strengthen your main body. But my main body is permanently damaged. Even if it's not damaged, it's still restricted by the main body's spirit energy and war soul. I can't help you even if it's permanently damaged, but the origin crystal can break through the restriction of spirit energy. The origin god spoke much faster, as if wasting more time was equivalent to increasing many attributes. The human's main body's 3 dimensions is 3 times the spirit energy. This can't be broken, but the origin crystal can help you break through. Here, you can't even increase any of your 3-dimensional attribute points. What you increase is the multiplication of 3 dimensions. Lu Chen was shocked. In other words, the origin crystal could increase a person's main body's 3 dimensions by 3 times the spirit energy. This was a qualitative change that broke through the racial restriction. Then how do I cultivate? My cultivation method can only increase spirit energy. Do you still remember how you came down? The origin god said, enter the selfless state and don't try to use any spirit energy to resist the origin crystal's spirit energy. Let the origin crystal help you reconstruct your body. Remember, directly using the origin crystal's power to reconstruct your body and using the spirit energy it emits to strengthen your body are 2 different concepts. The spirit energy emitted by the origin crystal has no consciousness, but the origin crystal does. In ancient times, everyone could use this spirit vein to strengthen their body, but only a few people could use the origin crystal's main body to strengthen their body. To do this, you must obtain its approval. As for how much you can reconstruct your body, it depends on how much the origin crystal approves of you. When I was in danger, the origin crystal made my body 10 times stronger than my spirit energy. Lu Chen hurriedly asked, then how do I get its approval? The origin god said, it depends on your heart. Lu Chen nodded and asked again, if I reconstruct my body, will my arm be repaired? I don't know. I didn't lose my arm back then. It depends on your luck. By the way, I will tell your battle pets not to disturb you. Just focus on cultivating. Lu Chen hurriedly nodded. He could think about losing his arm later. Right now, he had to seize every second to strengthen his body. This upgrade was very important to him. Selfless state. Lu Chen took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down, allowing the violent spirit energy storm to wash over his body. This feeling was actually similar to the astral wind, but the spirit energy storm wouldn't corrode his body. Selfless state. Activate. Everything in the world only had one heart, he couldn't feel his body. His 5 senses had all disappeared. He could only feel with his mind. Spirit energy existed forever. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days, the origin god found that Lu Chen's body hadn't been strengthened at all. The origin god sighed. It seems that the origin crystal didn't approve of him. However, Lu Chen didn't feel any of this. He was just in a selfless state. Lu Chen seemed to have returned to the heaven-mending illusion realm. He wasn't himself, he was just a divine stone. What appeared in front of him was the great war of gods and demons. The suffering of the common people and the suffering of the people. The people of the ancient heart refining academy swore to protect the 5th heaven. The 7 ancient gods all fell. Tens of millions of cultivators rushed forward. The swirl world. 17 years later, the earth was invaded by a strong enemy. Even if Lu Chen changed the course of history, would the earth become the next high star? Who would become the next level 5? Even if there was no great war of gods and demons, so what? The dragon hunting village was innocently massacred by the Azure Dragon Gate. Hundreds of thousands of natives were buried with the ice god. Atai's true love was taken away, the second great war of gods and demons was about to begin. This was an endless game. The world was heartless. Gods and demons fought. Lives were like grass. Who would care about the common people? He couldn't save everyone, but at least he had to protect the earth and Lu Yi. For this, he would become stronger regardless of anything. Then he could only wake up from the nightmare. The supreme demon beast wouldn't die. The demons wouldn't stop. No. No. In the wonderful state of selflessness, Lu Chen seemed to feel that his consciousness seemed to speak. Origin Crystal, although I'm from the Jiutian, please give me power that surpasses the Jiutian. There was actually another deep and ancient voice that responded to him. Why? Defy the heavens. Lu Chen only replied with 2 words. Chapter 856. The little furball and the others had been waiting for Lu Chen for a long time, but they hadn't seen any changes in their boss in the past 10 days. Until this moment, the flow of spirit energy in the surroundings suddenly changed. All the spirit energy rushed toward Lu Chen and formed a spiraling pillar of wind around Lu Chen. The wind grew faster and faster until it lifted Lu Chen's body into the air. However, the boss body didn't react at all and allowed the spirit energy to wash over him. The little beast god didn't understand. Seeing that its boss was in danger, it became restless in Lu Yi's arms. Little beast, don't go. Boss body seems to be getting stronger. Only then did the little beast calm down. The Origin Divine Medallion on the ground glowed as a projection emerged from it. Lu Yi and the others weren't unfamiliar with this projection. It was this projection that had stopped them when they came to meet up with the boss. Because all the spirit energy in the surroundings was revolving around Lu Chen, they wouldn't be affected by the spirit energy storm as long as they stayed away from Lu Chen. The Origin deity frowned as he looked at the scene in front of him in astonishment. What's going on? Why is the Origin crystal reacting so strongly when it hasn't acknowledged him before? Even I couldn't have reached such a level of remodeling back then. The Origin crystal is actually using all the escaping spirit energy to reconstruct his body. This guy, what's going on? 15 days, 18 days, 20 days. Lu Chen's body allowed the wind to wash over him. It even gave people the illusion that he was a part of the storm, 25 days, 28 days. As the Origin crystal's spirit energy recovered, the remodeling became more and more intense. Not good, it's been 28 days. The remodeling can only last 30 days at most. After 30 days, the Origin crystal's spirit energy will be completely restored. At that time, it won't be able to control its own spirit energy and will erupt. This place will collapse and there won't be any living creatures left. Judging from the depth of this place, they might be tens of thousands of meters underground. If this place really collapsed, they would be buried alive. Add to that the eruption of spirit energy, it would be even more intense than the eruption of spirit energy from the heavenly lake. On the 30th day, Lu Chen heard a voice in the dark. Solipsistic, I've done my best to reconstruct and strengthen your body. Now, your physical strength can reach 30 times that of your spiritual power. It's just that your physical body is permanently damaged. In reality, you can only reach 15 times. You are not from Thailand, so I am unable to repair your body. I hope you can find your own destiny in the future. The path of defying the heavens is your choice. Don't forget your original intention. Don't forget Tai Xing. Go, take your people and leave this place quickly. Immediately, Lu Chen was flung out. The wind formation was currently extremely ferocious, but it was still maintained within a certain area. However, the ground was already shaking violently, and huge rocks were constantly falling from above. Lu Chen regained his intuition. The Origin crystal is trying its best to stall for time. Little Green. Lu Chen saw Little Green and the others not far away. Triple Gate. Lu Chen quickly moved in front of Little Green and the others. Come back, I'll bring you guys out. Lu Chen picked up Little Green and the little furball with one hand. "Boss, the token on the ground." Little Green hastily shouted. Lu Chen followed Little Green's gaze and saw the token. He listened attentively and picked up the token. Then, he quickly moved towards the exit he discovered earlier. The origin crystal seemed to be unable to control the eruption of spirit energy. The wind in the surroundings suddenly increased sharply. The ground instantly cracked, and the surrounding rock walls cracked. Countless huge rocks and chunks of earth fell down. Shit! We're going to be buried alive. Run! 9 void steps. Lu Chen crazily rushed towards the exit. Lu Chen had fallen for more than 2 hours before reaching the bottom of the abyss. Even though he had discovered the exit and didn't need to pass through the astral winds, the distance was still quite far. Lu Chen had no choice but to activate Divine Demon Symbiosis and Triple Reincarnation to escape. Damn it, the path is about to be sealed. Lu Chen's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Little critter, fly by yourself and follow me closely. Fierce tiger descends the mountain, suppress it with fire. However, the suppressive fire couldn't keep up with the speed of the tunnel's collapse. Fierce tiger descends the mountain. Sacred Lotus Sword Heart. Lu Chen was forced into a corner. He couldn't even bear to use the Sacred Lotus Sword Heart in a fight. Not only did he use it, but he also used it 3 times in a row. Only then did he open up a path. At this moment, a certain rock mass in the Demon Eye Valley was violently collapsing. It was at this time that a figure directly broke through the rock mass and shot out. Fortunately, there was no one here. Otherwise, a local eunuch would have popped out from the ground. This local eunuch was none other than Lu Chen. In the end, the path was completely sealed off, and he could only forcefully cut open a path to get out of the rock mass. As soon as he came out, Lu Chen encountered a huge earthquake. A large area of the ground around him collapsed as if it was the end of the world. No, it's not safe here. Run! The cliffs on both sides of the valley were lowered due to the collapse of the ground. Lu Chen didn't care about the wind and spread his wings to rush to the top of the cliff. Perhaps it was because of the drastic change in the spiritual energy here, Lu Chen successfully rushed to the top of the cliff. When he turned back, he saw that everywhere he looked was falling. Lu Chen shook his head. The collapse this time was even fiercer than the one at the Heavenly Lake. Fortunately, he ran quickly. Otherwise, he would have been buried alive. The Demon Eye Valley's spirit vein is finally open. Then I don't need to return to the valley. Thinking of this, Lu Chen quickly left this place and went far away. After staying in the Demon Eye Valley for nearly half a year, Lu Chen hadn't been on land for a long time. Although he was on land, the surroundings were still dense with forests. However, there were no cliffs blocking the way, so it wasn't as oppressive. It was said that most of the magical beasts in the Baishar nation lived in the Demon Eye Valley. Although the forests above were not fewer than in the Dongyu nation, magical beasts were rare. After leaving the Demon Eye Valley's spirit vein, Lu Chen slowed down and found a lakeside to camp. Ah, I really want to sleep on the bed. Lu Chen placed Little Beast on the ground. Little Beast, I'm going to take a shower. I'm covered in mud and my lonely shadow fishing is ruined. I only have this newbie outfit to cover my body. It's just nice to change into a new set of clothes. Lu Yi, Xiao Min, Rhubarb, and Furry were all there. Lu Chen was quite relieved. After taking a bath in the water, Lu Chen changed into the Bloodlust Sword God's clothes that Flame Demon had given him. I have to buy a few sets of clothes when I have time. The set that Flame Demon gave me has too much demonic aura. If I wear it normally, it will inevitably cause trouble. There's also a couple set. Sigh, I said I would leave it for my future partner. In the end, I'm still alone. He hadn't found a girlfriend when he was healthy, let alone now that he was disabled. Taking a bath was also the best time to think. Lu Chen pondered while taking a bath. The Origin God said that there's a big mess in the Dongyu nation. I don't know what's going on. Luo Yao didn't give me a personal voice transmission talisman. After thinking for a while, Lu Chen said to the Origin God's token, Origin God, where are the other 3 spirit veins? Are there any that pass by the Dongyu nation? The token lit up slightly. Yes. To the east of the Dongyu nation is the 4 nations of the Great Wilderness. The 4 nations of the Great Wilderness is one of the 7 major nations of the 5th heaven. However, they are divided into 4 smaller nations. In the middle of the 4 nations of the Great Wilderness, there's a mountain called Chu Tianshan. There's a spirit vein in the mountain. Alright, then let's go to the 4 nations of the Great Wilderness. Lu Chen said. I don't think you can go with your current level. The 4 nations of the Great Wilderness only allow the strong to enter. Without an earth cultivation level, you'll be chased out before you even enter, let alone Chu Tianshan in the hinterland. The lowest earth cultivation level. Lu Chen shook his head. Suddenly, his eyes widened. That's too exaggerated. There are many foreign races there. There are also many dominant races. Even an earth cultivation level cultivator wouldn't dare to cause trouble there. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Forget it. Let's not worry about that for now. We'll go to the Dongyu nation to see what's going on. Chapter 857. Lu Chen still had more than 80,000 cash withdrawal scrolls. He didn't use them in time because of Atai's sudden appearance. He used them all during this break. Lu Chen opened his personal panel and looked at his attributes. His spiritual energy was 45,100 points, but his all-creation bloodline had increased by 4,100 points. His 3-dimensional base value was 46,000. After his all-creation bloodline reached 51,000 points, half of it had lost its effect due to permanent damage, leaving him with about 25,000 points. Losing an arm was really troublesome. His physical strength returned to its pre-liberation state. While studying his attributes, Lu Chen suddenly thought of a serious problem. Would physical damage affect the battle soul's attributes? He asked the Origin God later and got the answer, no. If it won't affect the battle soul, then I'd better upgrade my spiritual energy. Adding points to 3-dimensional attributes is too low. If it doesn't work, I can only use soul body as one. Moreover, Lu Chen's destination was the 4 countries of the wasteland. Cultivation level was important there. Even if he couldn't reach earth cultivation, it would be less troublesome to reach a higher level. After thinking about it, Lu Chen added all the cash withdrawal scrolls to his spiritual energy. First, he added 9,000 points. Without counting the myriad races bloodline, Lu Chen's spiritual energy was exactly 50,000 points. Lu Chen was promoted to a 9-star wild cultivator. Breakthrough requires 25,000 points. Damn, it's so expensive. Lu Chen had no choice but to spend 25,000 points to break through to a grand cultivator. After an hour of body reconstruction and strengthening, Lu Chen was finally promoted to a 1-star wild cultivator. Damn, this name, wild cultivator, I can't stand the word wild. From wild monster to wild cultivator, Lu Chen seemed to be walking in the opposite direction of normal people. He couldn't stop. After becoming a grand cultivator, one level required 30,000 cash withdrawal scrolls. For Lu Chen, who lived in poverty, it was an astronomical figure. So expensive. No wonder people can't reach earth cultivation after so many years. I'm just a grand cultivator and I need 25,000 cash withdrawal scrolls. How much does Emperor cultivation like Luo Yao need? It turned out that Lu Chen was still thinking too simply. Starting from Grand Cultivator, the number of cash extraction scrolls required for each star was no longer fixed. Each star would increase the number of cash extraction scrolls required by 5,000 points. He used 25,000 to break through, 30,000 to go from 1 star to 2 star, and 35,000 to go from 1 star to 2 star. Lu Chen suddenly realized that after he had leveled up to a 2-star wild cultivator, the cash extraction scroll was not enough for him to level up to the next star. Fuck, only to be promoted to 2-star great cultivator. Lu Chen shook his head helplessly as he looked at the remaining 20,000 cash withdrawal rolls in his hand. Forget it, I'll just add a point to vitality. Otherwise, I won't have enough stamina. 20,000 points were exchanged for 60,000 points of 3D attributes, all of which were added to physique. Under the condition of permanent damage, only 30,000 of them were effective. Exchanging 20,000 cash withdrawal scrolls for 30,000 physique points, Lu Chen felt that he had really suffered a huge loss. In an instant, 80,000 cash extraction scrolls were squandered. Lu Chen checked his attributes again. Now, Lu Chen's spiritual energy had reached 115,500 points, which included 105,000 points of basic spiritual energy and 10,500 points of myriad tribes bloodline. His strength and dexterity were still less than 26,000, but his physique had increased by 30,000, which was around 56,000. Your cultivation level has been raised to 2-star wild cultivator. Ranking, within 1 million. You are allowed to activate the 5th Heavens Myriad Species Cultivation Level Overall Ranking, Myriad Species Cultivation for Single Attribute Overall Ranking, and Myriad Species Arena. After activating the 3 rankings, you can receive the reward of synthesizing items. Lu Chen looked at the small line of explanation behind the ranking, dumbfounded. Myriad Tribes Ranking? What the hell? Open it and take a look. Refreshing ranking, Myriad Tribes Cultivation Level Ranking, 5th Heaven after 50 million, Myriad Tribes Cultivation Single Attribute, Strength after 100 million, Myriad Tribes Cultivation Single Attribute, Dexterity after 100 million, Myriad Tribes Cultivation Single Attribute, Physique after 100 million, Myriad Tribes Cultivation Single Attribute, Spiritual Energy after 50 million, Myriad Tribes Arena, no data. When he saw the new ranking, Lu Chen looked like he had nothing to live for. What the hell? Don't tell me that the previous ranking only counted humans. Damn, I finally made it to the top 1 million, and now I'm back. My hands are too cheap. Why the hell did I start a ranking? I might as well stay in the top 1 million. But if I'm ranked on the rankings, will I get the reward of synthesizing items? Lu Chen rubbed his chin and narrowed his eyes, feeling a little tempted. But after thinking about it, synthesizing items was not as practical as cashing in. He was a little uninterested. Forget it, forget it. I'll rank as many as I want. Apart from the arena, I can't make it to the top as I wish. It's been a long time since I've been so poor. After resting in the forest for a night, Lu Chen got up early the next morning and walked in the direction of the East Peak Nation. Now, Lu Chen only had one arm, and he still had to carry the little beast deity. It was really inconvenient, so he made a simple bamboo basket and used the torn cloth of Lonely Shadow fishing as the straps. Little beast, this will be your little nest from now on. Don't run around, okay? Lu Chen put the little beast deity into the bamboo basket and carried it on his back as he continued on his way. After walking for about half a day, Lu Chen saw a town in front of him and immediately rushed to the town's business district. When he reached the town, Lu Chen heard that the magical beast supreme had destroyed a few spirit stone mines. It seemed that the magical beast supreme had not been idle during the half-year when Lu Chen opened the spirit vein. The spirit stone mines had been attacked many times, resulting in the scarcity of cashing in. Now, it was very unlikely that he could buy cashing in the shops. Lu Chen did not have much hope. After asking around and finding that there were no cashing in, he went to the town to replenish his daily necessities. In addition, he bought a backpack for carrying babies and a milk bottle. Lu Chen looked at the milk bottle in his hand with a gloomy expression. He came to cultivate, why did he have to buy this thing? in short, it was a bit inappropriate to see the little beast deity drinking water by the river and being seen by others. After that, Lu Chen entered a fashion shop. The boss was cleaning the shop with a feather duster when he suddenly saw a customer enter and hurriedly turned his head. As soon as he turned his head, he saw a stay-at-home dad with a broken arm handing a milk bottle to the baby on his back. Fortunately, Lu Chen had a badge on his chest. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to associate this person with an immortal cultivator. Grandmaster oh no. The boss opened his eyes wide, unable to believe what he saw with his own eyes. Lu Chen weakly corrected him, "It's Grandmaster oh no. Boss, do you have any good fashion products? Combat, fishing, or cooking are all fine too." The boss of a small shop was much more enthusiastic than the people of a big shop. Seeing that the customer did not want to be confused about his rank, he did not pursue the matter and hurriedly introduced his products. "Customer, you really came at the right time. Combat-type items are relatively rare, and we don't have them here either. However, we do have two top-quality items. One of them is the best fishing outfit in the 5th layer of heaven, Lonely Shadow Fishing. This is the pride of the heavenly judge, and it's a top-quality item. We also have cooking products, medicine refining products, and mining products. Would you like to take a look?" Lu Chen immediately became interested. "So many. Then let me take a look." Chapter 858. The boss was also an honest person. He took out 7 or 8 sets in one go. Only now did Lu Chen know that the Lonely Shadow solo fishing was actually made by a tailor. This Lonely Shadow solo fishing added 10 points to the chance of catching a big fish and 10 points to the chance of a rare dragon species. It was even better than the one that Lu Chen had bought before. It only cost 8,000 spirit stones. With such a good quality item, if it was not for fishing, not to mention fighting, even if it was for refining or alchemy, the price would be 10 times higher. Lu Chen did not hesitate. He first put the Lonely Shadow solo fishing into his shopping cart. The cooking set was indeed a little ugly. Moreover, the attributes were very average. The price was actually not cheap. Lu Chen decisively gave up. However, Lu Chen was a little moved by the alchemy set. This was a women's set. It was a light purple dress with a little pink color. The edges of the dress were exquisite and the workmanship was very exquisite. In terms of attributes, it added 5 points to the success rate of refining pills and 3% to the success rate of refining high-level pills. Although it could not be compared to the Lonely Shadow solo fishing, it was definitely a very strong increase in alchemy sets. "Young man, are you buying this for your child?" The boss had just sold a Lonely Shadow solo fishing set. His attitude towards Lu Chen was particularly warm. "But don't blame me for being nosy. Are you an aboriginal?" The 5th layer of heaven was a physical interstellar transportation. Immortal cultivators could also have children between men and women. However, almost no immortal cultivators would give birth to their children in the Jyotian. After all, it was too dangerous here. Therefore, generally speaking, the children in the 5th layer of heaven were all aboriginal. Lu Chen nodded. "Just treat me as an aboriginal. How many spirit stones is this set of divine pesticide girl?" "This, I was originally planning to sell it for cash. Cash for cash is too rare right now. I don't have it on hand." Lu Chen said. "Are you selling it for spirit stones? If you are, name a price." The boss was most afraid of this kind of person. If he was not careful, this big deal would be gone. He weighed the pros and cons and said, "Forget it, forget it. Spirit stones are spirit stones. Spirit stones are scarce right now. 500,000, 100,000. Young man, you don't bargain like this." The boss almost vomited blood. This fellow had cut everything down to skin. 200,000. No. 300,000, at most 300,000. That's all the spirit stones I have. If you don't want to sell, I'll buy that lonely shadow fishing set. The boss struggled for a long time. 350,000. This is an apothecary fashion. It's not on the same level as the fishing fashion. No matter how good the fishing fashion is, it's not worth much. I'm just opening a shop in a small place. In a big city, there will definitely be people fighting for 400,000 yuan. Lu Chen nodded. Alright, 350,000. You can give me that solitary fishing set. You said it yourself that it wasn't worth much anyway. A moment later, the boss sent this enemy away with a long face. After leaving the town, Lu Chen called out Little Green excitedly. Little Green had been paying attention to this set of clothes for a long time. She knew that Lu Chen must have bought it for her. Little Green, try it on. Lu Chen handed the set of clothes to Little Green. After putting on the new clothes, Little Green twirled around. The hem of the clothes floated up slightly. Lu Chen couldn't help but nod in approval. Too beautiful. I didn't make a loss. Thank you, boss. Little Green happily ran over and hugged Lu Chen's arm. I finally have new clothes. And this attribute, it's really strong. It's just that boss spent a lot of money. 350,000, that's a lot of spirit stones. Lu Chen smiled and said, 350,000 is nothing. If I see something good in the future, I'll buy it for you. Oh, there's also Xiao Min and the medicine boy. Later, I'll see if there's anything suitable for them. However, Little Green, I suddenly discovered a problem. Boss, what did you discover? Lu Chen frowned and said, actually, the status of the aboriginals is not because they are aboriginals, but because they are too weak. Just now when I was buying things, the boss was still very polite. He didn't deliberately cause trouble for me because he thought I was an aboriginals because I have money. The aboriginals are bullied. In the end, it's because there are no strong people among them. Little Green also stopped smiling and nodded. Boss, what you said makes sense. In the 9 heavens, the strong are respected. It's just that the aboriginals have a hard time cultivating. It gives people the feeling that no matter how much they bully them, they don't have to worry about the consequences. Lu Chen nodded. This time, the reopening of the 5 heavens might be an opportunity for them. Crisis and opportunity coexist. For everyone, it's the same. When the original deity asked Lu Chen if he would open the spiritual vein, Lu Chen didn't give a direct answer because he was also very hesitant. But now, he was even more determined to open the spiritual vein. He couldn't help all the aboriginals, but he could give them a chance to become stronger. When the spiritual qi in the 5 heavens recovered, the aboriginals would also be able to enjoy the benefits. He believed that when the time came, their fates would be turned upside down. Let's go and take a look at the Dongyu nation. Lu Chen didn't feel it and quickened his pace. In the Dongyu nation's capital, the royal family gathered in the Dongyu palace. In the palace, a woman in military attire sat on the throne. Jade Emperor, there have been more than 10 demonic beast invasions at our borders. The scale is getting bigger and bigger. In the most recent one, our garrison suffered heavy casualties. If not for the timely arrival of reinforcements, I'm afraid the city would have been breached. A general reported to the Jade Emperor. Sitting on the throne was Luo Yao, who had been with Lu Chen for 5 months. But now, Luo Yao didn't have the relaxed and casual attitude she had when she was with Lu Chen. She was emitting the aura of a ruler, like a mother of the world. Which city? Luo Yao narrowed her eyes slightly. A few days ago, she and Lu Chen broke into the spirit vein abyss of the Demon Pupil Valley. At that time, Lu Chen fell off the cliff, and she was lucky to escape. Then, she waited on the cliff for 7 days and 7 nights, but she didn't receive any news from Lu Chen. Instead, she received an urgent report from the Dongyu nation. Although she was worried about Lu Chen's safety, she was, after all, the ruler of the Dongyu nation. So, she had to rush back to the Dongyu nation overnight. Jianshui City in the west. Jianshui City. Luo Yao narrowed her eyes slightly. That's where the aboriginals gather, right? Jade Emperor, there are indeed many aboriginals tribes there. They originally relied on the protection of Jianshui City to survive. How are the casualties of the aboriginals? The general was stunned for a moment. The Jade Emperor had never asked about the lives of the aboriginals before. Why did she suddenly ask this today? Jade Emperor, I didn't calculate the exact number, but the great defensive array of Jianshui City won't protect them. So, I speculate that the casualties should be heavy. Luo Yao's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. After being with the solipsistic for half a year, she seemed to have changed a lot. That guy should be dead by now. Thinking of this, Luo Yao's heart tightened. Pass down my order. Let the aboriginals enter the city and provide protection. In addition, activate the Dongyu emergency battle order. This. Jade Emperor, you're saying to activate the emergency battle order? That's the entire nation. Everyone had a look of surprise on their faces. Luo Yao took a deep breath, stood up, and said to everyone in a deep voice, the heavenly tribulation is coming. Only by mobilizing the entire nation can we fight. Chapter 859. Luo Yao and her brother, King Wu, returned to the study together. Perhaps only in front of her brother would Luo Yao relax a little. She sighed and sat down, looking a little tired. Luo Yao, you've just returned from a long journey. You'd better rest first. Luo Yao shook her head. She looked at King Wu in front of her and suddenly thought of that person. Was there any hope for that person to survive? What's wrong, Luo Yao? King Wu frowned and asked, I saw that you were listless after returning from Baisha. Also, you seem to have changed a lot. What did you do? Don't ask. Luo Yao interrupted King Wu. Is there any news about the 7 war gods? King Wu immediately replied, it said that 6 of the 7 ancient war gods have been revived. Only our East Peak Ice God is missing. The East Peak Ice God won't be revived. Luo Yao said, where are the other 6 war gods now? What's the situation? They're all in their own countries. They're all recovering their battle strength as soon as possible. Luo Yao took a deep breath, stood up, and walked to the window. She looked at the capital outside the East Peak Palace. I didn't expect the demonic beast army to move so quickly. It won't be long before this peaceful world can only appear in memories. Luo Yao, according to the Heavenly Master's prophecy. Is the heavenly tribulation about to begin? King Wu asked. Looking at the current situation, it should be the training phase. After all, the sovereign demonic beast hasn't fully matured yet. Only the black Qilin has appeared among the 4 heavenly kings. King Wu looked at Luo Yao's back in surprise. After returning from Baisha, the Jade Empress seemed to have learned a lot about the prophecy. Luo Yao, do you think, the sovereign demonic beast? Didn't it fall long ago? Could it have been revived? Also, have you seen the black Qilin? Yes, it's revived. Luo Yao turned to King Wu and said, I've seen the black Qilin too. I believe the 4 heavenly kings will appear soon. We still have time now. Wait for the national order to be passed down. We need to open the national treasury and raise everyone's strength. All the major cities need strong command to protect the cities. This tribulation is a matter of life and death. You must lend me a hand. King Wu placed a hand on his chest and bowed slightly. Your subject will do his best. Luo Yao nodded, her eyes deep and profound. Raise an army for 1,000 days to use it in a single moment. Those members of the royal family should stop living like princes and send them to the front lines. All experts, move out. Also, protect the natives as much as possible. If I find out who killed the Aborigines, I will punish them according to military law. This Jade Emperor. Isn't this request a bit too much? Those people are just insignificant existences. King Wu asked in confusion. Although not all cultivators were bloodthirsty and indiscriminate, the order to protect the natives was extremely rare in the entire fifth heaven. This was also not the style of the previous Jade Emperor. Luo Yao didn't want to explain further. Try your best to move the scattered natives into the defense arrays of the major cities. Go, arrange these things. After she finished speaking, Luo Yao turned around and didn't want to say anything else. Yes, Your Majesty will do it right away. The sound of the door closing came from behind her. After Luo Yao noticed it, her sharp gaze instantly became unusually tired. It wasn't a physical exhaustion, but a mental exhaustion. Solipsistic, I should have stayed to look for you, but I. Are you dead or alive? Luo Yao's beautiful face was filled with tears. In this chaotic world, love became insignificant. Moreover, she was the Jade Emperor of East Mountain. The thousands of years of foundation of East Mountain and the lives of hundreds of millions of people were in her hands. But who knew how much pain her heart was now? King Wu also had a swift and decisive personality. After coming out of the Jade Emperor's study, he immediately rushed to the Ministry of War to meet with the generals. The whole country issued an emergency war order, opened the national treasury, allocated resources, increased the border guards, deployed the defense line, contacted the foreign officials, and cleared the territory of demonic beasts, etc. Within 2 days, the East Mountain had undergone earth-shattering changes. The royal family members rushed to the front lines. A large number of guards marched between the cities. The major cities opened recruitment centers and recruited almost all the cultivators into the army. At the same time, the East Mountain was not the only country that was attacked by demonic beasts. The White Lion country, the 4 countries of the wasteland, the Penglai country, the Yumo country, and the Buzhou country all took action one after another. In the whole fifth heaven, before the heavenly tribulation descended, the whole world was already in war. During these few days of hurrying, Lu Chen suddenly realized that there were many more people around him. And the group was getting bigger and bigger. In the end, there were thousands of people. These people were the Aboriginals. For some reason, a large number of the Aboriginals in the White Lion country were migrating to the East Mountain. Lu Chen was originally walking alone, but suddenly he became one of the Aboriginals. Anyway, he was wearing the lonely shadow fishing attire that was characteristic of the working people. One of his arms was broken, and he was carrying a baby on his back. The strap covered his badge, so no one treated him as an outsider. In front of him, an old man was pushing a wheelbarrow with his belongings. There was also a girl and an old woman on the wheelbarrow. They were hurrying along. The group was moving very fast. It was as if everyone was rushing to the East Mountain. There were a few young people who organized everyone to walk together, but they could not see so many people. The old man's foot slipped, and the wheelbarrow was about to overturn. Lu Chen hurriedly stepped forward and supported the wheelbarrow. The old man glanced at Lu Chen. With such a simple outfit, he looked very amiable. He smiled gratefully and said, "Thank you, big brother. I'm old and my legs are not very nimble." Lu Chen smiled slightly. "Old man, the mountain road is difficult to walk on. I'll help you." After half a day of traveling, the sky was already dark. Someone in front called for everyone to stop and rest. "Everyone, stop. We'll spend the night here. We're very close to the border now. Be careful of demonic beasts. Don't sleep too soundly." Lu Chen wondered if he should go alone. At this time, a small hand pulled Lu Chen's clothes. "Big brother, my grandparents want you to come over and eat with us." Lu Chen turned around and saw the old couple who helped him during the day. After thinking for a while, Lu Chen decided to go with them. At least he could sleep well in the middle of the night. As soon as he came over, the old man handed over a hot steamed bun. The little girl's eyes widened and she swallowed her saliva. "Young man, I don't have anything good here. Just eat this," the old man said enthusiastically. Lu Chen smiled and took the steamed bun. He drank it with the spring water. "Old man, what are you going to do?" Lu Chen asked while feeding the little beast god water. "Ah. Don't you know? The world is going to be in chaos. The East Mountain has issued an order. They will protect the natives." The old man was so excited that tears almost filled his eyes. The Jade Emperor is wise. No one has ever cared about our life and death. The old man was so excited that he could not speak. Lu Chen frowned. Jade Emperor? Who is that? But he seemed to be a good person. Chapter 860. As they chatted, Lu Chen finally understood the current situation. The demonic beast army was already on the move, attacking the borders of various countries. The 7 great nations also responded quickly. The White Lion Nation had issued an emergency order to all the major cities 3 days ago, but they didn't intend to protect the Aborigines. The White Lion Nation's territory was extremely complicated. Most importantly, there was the Demon Eye Valley within their borders, which divided the White Lion Nation into 2. Fortunately, the Peacock City's garrison had witnessed Lu Chen kill the 8-eyed evil spirit with their own eyes, and saw the Black Qilin leave the Demon Eye Valley. This was definitely great news for them. The White Lion Nation had given up on some of the smaller cities at the border, while organizing people to surround and exterminate the Demon Eye Valley. As a result, Lu Chen had only met Aborigines in the past few days, and he hadn't seen a single cultivator. Now, Lu Chen finally knew what this group of people was doing. They planned to cross the border and enter the Eastern Peak Nation to seek refuge. To put it bluntly, they were refugees. Lu Chen mixed in with the refugees, and it didn't look out of place at all. He didn't expect so many things to have happened outside while he was using the origin crystal to strengthen his body. Lu Chen couldn't help but frown. Had the demonic beast army made a move? Was the demonic beast king already very powerful? There were still 3 of the 4 heavenly kings of the demonic beasts, and they should be fully recovered once he opened the spirit vein. At that time, would it be time for the demonic beast army to invade? The demonic beast king's speed of growth had indeed far exceeded Lu Chen's expectations. It was only a day's journey from here to the border, and there might be demonic beasts lying in ambush here. Lu Chen decided not to go alone, but to follow these Aborigines into the Eastern Peak Nation first. The steamed bread wasn't big, and he finished it in a few bites. The old man didn't hesitate at all, and handed one to Lu Chen. The old woman, however, was a little reluctant, and secretly pulled the old man away. "We still have to eat these rations for a few days," the old man glared at the old lady. "It's not easy to go out. At most, I'll just eat less." After saying that, the old woman still insisted on stuffing the steamed bun into Lu Chen's hands. "Young man, you're both a father and a mother, yet your hands and feet are inconvenient. It's really not easy. By the way, the child hasn't eaten yet, right? I'll go cook some porridge for the child." Lu Chen really wanted to say that children don't drink milk, they eat beast cores and origin crystal fragments. "Elder, there's no need to trouble yourself. He's already eaten." Lu Chen smiled and took out some jerky and rice noodles from his backpack. "Old man, I still have some food here. Anyway, I can't finish it all by myself. You can eat it on the way." "Ah. How can I accept this?" The old man's eyes were full of shock. Most of the Aboriginals worked as coolies for the immortal sections. It was normal for them to be hungry and full. It was rare for them to get their hands on some fish, but they could not bear to eat it themselves. They would sell it to the inns for some money. In the end, this young man took out a big bag of ingredients in one go. When the little girl saw so much food, she was stunned. Was this the life of a rich person? Lu Chen carried the little beast deity on his back and put the things on the old man's cart. He patted the little girl's head and said with a smile, "Are you hungry?" The little girl nodded. Lu Chen took out some snacks and toys and put them in the little girl's hands. These things were not worth mentioning in Lu Chen's eyes, but to these aboriginals, they were already unimaginable riches. At night, the whole family was already asleep. Lu Chen was not sleepy and leaned against a nearby tree. The probing attacks of the magical beast army had already forced these aboriginals to migrate. Their lives were too pitiful. Is it about to start? Lu Chen's brows were tightly knitted. The origin god's voice suddenly rang out. Do you feel like you're not ready yet? Lu Chen nodded. I don't know if they'll wait for me to open the other 3 spirit veins. But even if I open them all, I don't know how strong I'll be, or if I'll be able to fight against the supreme magical beast. Are you trying to delay the opening of the spirit veins? Actually, I don't think the magical beasts will wait for you for too long. They're already itching to try. Lu Chen nodded. I know. They might not need to wait for the 4 heavenly kings to fully recover their strength. I'm afraid I don't have much time left. Lu Chen had experienced the war between the countries and the war between the 10,000 races, but none of them were as real as this one. The vastness of the 5th heaven made Lu Chen feel how small he was. And strictly speaking, this was no longer a game. The war here was a real life and death battle. Origin God, is Luo Yao alright? Lu Chen suddenly asked. Her. She's fine. Don't you want to know her identity? She should be the royal family of the Dongyue nation, Lu Chen said. Indeed. Lu Chen nodded. This could be guessed from Luo Yao's strength. She might be a princess or something like that. She was mischievous and ran into him. Now that the Dongyue nation was in trouble, she had to rush back. Do you know she's in danger? Not at the moment. She's still in the Dongyue imperial city. Lu Chen frowned slightly. After thinking for a long time, he said, the Dongyue nation should be referring to the invasion of the magical beasts. Since she's fine, I don't need to look for her. You really don't want to see her? Maybe some things will be out of your expectations. Lu Chen shook his head. I already know what I want to know. Now I have more important things to do. The magical beast army won't wait for me to open the spirit meridians. I plan to open 2 spirit meridians first and seize the time to see if there are other ways to become stronger. The sudden situation made Lu Chen nervous. He couldn't be as carefree as before. Send these natives to the Dongyue nation. Then I'll go directly to the 4 nations of the great wilderness. When the origin god heard Lu Chen's plan, he didn't say anything else. Lu Chen was right. The matter of the magical beast army was more important than meeting Luo Yao. The next morning, someone woke everyone up. The refugees continued their journey to the west. In the afternoon, they arrived at the border between the Dongyue nation and the Baishe nation. When Lu Chen first came to the Baishe nation, he didn't encounter any obstructions. But this time, a large number of guards appeared in the direction of the Dongyue nation. They sealed off the road and guarded it tightly. A few natives were negotiating with the guards, but it seemed that they didn't intend to let them pass. Everyone was anxiously waiting for the result. Lu Chen squeezed to the front. Immortal, I beg you, let us pass. A middle-aged native begged. If there's really a war, we can help you build fortifications and plant food. We walked for more than 10 days to get here. Now, the outer cities of the Baishe nation have no guards. If you let us go back now, we'll definitely die if we encounter the magical beasts. The general of the guards shouted. What does your life or death have to do with us? Get out of my way. If you want to die, die in your Baisha nation. Immortal, the Jade Emperor ordered us to protect the natives. This shows that the Dongyue nation is benevolent. I beg you to let us in. The guard suddenly drew his weapon and said sternly, if not for the Jade Emperor's order, I would have killed all of you. A bunch of trash. If these natives returned now, they would be courting death. All of them stood rooted to the ground, their expressions dim. You're still not leaving. You're the ones who trespassed the border. Don't blame me. Shoot them all, don't leave a single one alive. Chapter 861. Sir, the Jade Emperor has given orders. The deputy behind him reminded him softly. What orders? The mountain is high and the Emperor is far away. Besides, King Wen is the second uncle of my uncle's cousin's cousin. Even if he knows, nothing will happen to me. The general ignored the dissuasion and the pleas of the aborigines. He had already raised one hand. The surrounding archers quickly drew their bows and nocked their arrows. They were ready to kill the thousands of refugees at any moment. When the natives saw this, they had already retreated even further. Want to run? I told you to scram just now, but you didn't. Now it's too late. The general smiled cruelly. I haven't met a single beast since I came to the border. I'll use you guys as practice. At this moment, a person walked out slowly from the group of aborigines. This person was wearing gray and white clothes made of coarse cloth. If one wasn't familiar with fishing, very few people would recognize that it was a fashionable dress. He only had one arm and was carrying a baby on his back. It's that uncle. A little girl's eyes were filled with surprise. Grandpa. The old man frowned, his eyes filled with anxiety and sorrow. What is that young man doing? Really, sigh. They won't show any mercy. Suddenly, Lu Chen used 9 void steps and appeared in front of the general in an instant. You. The general's eyes widened. This guy was an aboriginal cultivator. But how could he dare to charge into the defensive position? You're courting death. Lu Chen snorted. Celestial Demon Symbiosis. In an instant, Lu Chen's body exploded with spirit energy, stunning all the guards. This is. Wait, Celestial Demon Symbiosis. Is this the #1 forbidden book in Jiutian, the 9 transformations of celestial demons? Celestial Demon Symbiosis was not a simple 9 transformations of celestial demons, but an exclusive skill. Only the 9 transformations of celestial demons could not be used. These people were not weak. It was not difficult to hear of the 9 transformations of celestial demons, but no one could recognize celestial demon symbiosis. Lu Chen's black hair instantly turned white, and his killing intent soared. The little girl widened her eyes and looked at Lu Chen in disbelief. Is that Big Brother? Grandpa, Big Brother is an aboriginal cultivator. Many natives also stopped and looked at Lu Chen in shock. It's actually a native cultivator. The immortal cultivators of the indigenous people are figures that only exist in legends. They are also the hope of our indigenous people. But can he hold off so many guards by himself? Lu Chen looked at the guard general and said coldly, your Jade Emperor made it sound nice to protect the aboriginals, but in the end, it was just for show. Since he can't control his subordinates, I'll help him. Very well, you dare to make a move. The guard shouted angrily. To be able to become a guard, he was not weak. 7-star earth cultivation was not ranked high in the royal city, but in this remote border, he could do whatever he wanted. Soul and body as one. 9 directions domain. This guy was also from Hunking City. His skills weren't weak, especially his domain. The 9 harmonies skill could be considered a top-notch domain. Lu Chen coldly snorted, primal chaos element conversion. Triple gate. I'm all ears. That person was still hoping that the 9 directions domain would restrict Lu Chen, but who knew that it was useless. His body was directly dragged to the front by Lu Chen. Lu Chen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He didn't have the slightest bit of pity for this person who casually ordered the massacre of the people. Tiger descends the mountain. Weapon upgrade. Spatial spiritual cannon. The spiritual cannon phantom transformed into 3 gun barrels, and each gun barrel shot out 5 spiritual cannon shots at the same time. Lu Chen had upgraded his spiritual power before. Now that he was a 2-star great cultivator, his spiritual power was more than twice as high as before. Therefore, the damage of his spiritual cannon was even more terrifying now. Moreover, in a fit of rage, he directly used 15 consecutive shots. 15 shots of the spiritual cannon directly blasted that person's face. Boom, boom, boom. With one shot, that person's head exploded, and red and white matter flew everywhere. However, one shot was still unable to appease Lu Chen's anger. 15 shots had directly blasted that person to the point where not even a speck of dust remained. Seeing this scene, the surrounding guards and thousands of aboriginals seemed to be petrified and froze on the spot. What kind of damage is this? His main body can kill a soul-body fusion expert so easily. The general is also a 7-star earth cultivator. Oh my god, this guy. Is he a human or a ghost? Lu Chen looked at the guards indifferently and said coldly, "Your general is dead. Who's in charge now?" The deputy general who spoke up for the general trembled and came to his senses. Trembling, he stood up and said, You dare to kill the general of Dongyue." Lu Chen didn't think much of it and said indifferently, "What? Do you want to avenge him, or do you want to tell his uncle's cousin's second uncle? Tell him that I killed his. That relative?" With this question, that person was stunned. Lu Chen continued, "Your king has already given the order. I don't care what his purpose is, but as the king of a country, since he has given the order, you should execute it. They are also aboriginals. Although they are from Baishar, it is up to you to decide whether to protect them or not. Now let me ask you, will you let them pass or not?" The guard's forehead was covered in sweat. Just now, this guy's strength had already intimidated him. Now that he was explaining things, he was left with no choice. I will naturally let them pass. But you killed the general of Dongyue. This matter. Do you dare to tell me your name?" Lu Chen smiled indifferently. This guy still had some brains. Just like in a fight, the iron-headed ones would directly rush in. Only those who couldn't win but wanted to save face would shout, "Don't leave after school." Solipsistic. Lu Chen said indifferently and turned to walk towards the aboriginals. He walked in front of the old couple and the little girl. The killing intent on his face had already dissipated. Instead, he smiled and said, "I'm leaving now. You two take care of yourselves. And you, Braid, take good care of your grandparents. Big brother. You can't enter Dongyue because of everyone?" the little girl asked. Lu Chen smiled and shook his head. "No, I have more important things to do. I can't delay any longer. If you are bullied in Dongyue, go find a big sister called Luo Yao and tell her that you are my friends. She should protect you." Lu Chen stuffed a handful of spirit stones into the old couple's hands. With that, Lu Chen turned and said coldly to the guards, "Remember, your enemy is not these civilians, but the demonic beasts. Shooting these defenseless people is a disgrace to all of you. If there is a next time, I, Solipsistic, will find you and kill you all. Let them pass." The guards were terrified. This person's strength was one thing, but the key was his aura. It was as majestic as a king, making people unable to resist. After watching the guards open the gate and let the aboriginals pass, Lu Chen withdrew his gaze. 9 wings. The 9-winged celestial dragon appeared and roared into the sky. Lu Chen spread his wings and jumped directly onto the 9-winged celestial dragon. Standing on the dragon's head, Lu Chen said indifferently, "Let's go to the 4 countries of the Grand Wilderness." Chapter 862. The war seemed to have begun. Lu Chen knew that he didn't have much time left, so he activated Soul Body as one, summoned 9 wings, and soared into the sky. A giant dragon soared into the sky and disappeared from everyone's sight. The deputy general watched the figure disappear into the distance. When he came back to his senses, he realized that he was drenched in sweat. Solipsistic. Not activating Soul Body as one when killing people, but activating it when rushing? How arrogant is this guy? He muttered this name repeatedly. Perhaps he would remember this name for a long time in the future. No, the great general has been killed. This matter must be reported to the higher-ups. A few days later, in the East Peak Palace of the East Peak Imperial City, Luo Yao was receiving 5 sect representatives from the East Peak. The Jade Empress is wise. We have long heard of the prophecies of the oracles. This time, the magical beasts are invading the borders in an organized manner. It could be a calamity foretold by the prophecies. We must not let down our guard. Yes, we have already organized the various sects and assigned all of their disciples to the various garrison forces. To be able to be selected as sect representatives, these people had extraordinary foresight. They were all fully cooperating with Luo Yao's emergency order. Luo Yao stood up and nodded slightly to the elders. Currently, the magical beast army is only testing the waters. I suspect that they want to see the current strength of the various countries. Secondly, they want to see what strategies the various countries will adopt. Currently, the 7 countries are discussing the alliance, but they need to wait for the 7 ancient gods to recover their battle strength. However, among the 7 ancient gods, only our East Peak Ice God has not been reborn. I don't think he will be reborn. The 7 ancient gods' battle strength is shocking. They will definitely become the strongest force against the magical beast army. Moreover, their strongest technique, the 7 ultimate heavenly fate formation, requires all 7 of them to activate at the same time. But now, Luo Yao knew about Shui and naturally knew that the Ice God would not come. But without the Ice God, the 7 ultimate heavenly fate formation cannot be activated. The 7 ancient gods' battle strength is greatly reduced. A black-robed elder with a ghost mask and a staff in his hand spoke. He had a hunched back and looked very old. At this moment, he took a step forward and said, "The Ghost Master of the Netherworld has prophesied that the East Peak Ice God will change hands." However, he also provided a solution. Oh. What did the Ghost Master say? The white-robed man. The old gods have fallen, and the new gods have arrived. The black-clothed old man said. Everyone felt quite confused, and Luo Yao asked, "Senior Nether, who is this new god? Can you tell me more?" The Netherworld Ghost Master said, "Since the Ice God has fallen, a new god will definitely descend. I've seen this person before. His name is Luo Chen. Falling dust? I know that too." Another dignified woman said, "A few months ago, he came to visit my Divine Splendor Palace. At that time, I even tested his strength. He seemed to have received someone's inheritance. He was in his 20s, but his strength made me concede defeat. That's right, he came looking for me as well. His strength is indeed terrifying." You all know him. Coincidentally, I know him too. 6 months ago, he came to visit my startling feather sect and asked me to recommend him to become the new Ice God. He has the skills of a martial monk and a prophet. He has already predicted today's situation. The nameless East Mountain sects Mount Tai and Big Dipper actually all recognized falling dust. Luo Yao was somewhat astonished. Who exactly was this falling dust? She had never heard of his name before. Naturally, Luo Yao did not know falling dust. Ruo Chen was also an expert in the sacred mountain. After meeting the living Buddha, he had a fortuitous encounter and soared to the heavens. Luo Yao had been famous since a long time ago. Recently, she had accompanied Lu Chen to Baisha country. It was normal for her not to know this person. Although the 5 seniors have recommended this person, this matter is of great importance. To become the new ice god, he still needs to obtain the approval of the 6 ancient gods. Only with their approval will he be given the 7 terminal destiny formation. That's natural. Brother Falling Dust, since the Jade Empress wants to see you, you should come out. At this moment, the Netherworld Ghost Master turned around and said to the people behind him. Almost at the same time, the main door of the main hall slowly opened. A young man strode in. I am Falling Dust. Greetings, Jade Empress. Luo Yao immediately saw the badge on his chest. 1-star Emperor Xiao. Theo the Great. This. Luo Yao's eyes widened. With this level, if the 7 ancient gods did not appear, no one in the level 5 heaven could compare to him. Coincidentally, when the door opened, a soldier rushed in to report the situation. Jade Empress, a member of the imperial family, has died in battle. Everyone present turned to look at the soldier in surprise. What? Where? Who? Luo Yao asked. A descendant of the Fong family. He was killed east of the Snowy Mountains, at the border with Baisha country. What? He wasn't killed by demonic beasts. No, the soldier said. The soldier said, because of the strangeness of this matter, King Wu ordered this subordinate to report it to the Jade Emperor. When General Fang Dongxue was stationed at the border of the White Lion Nation, he encountered the natives of the White Lion Nation seeking refuge. When he gave the order to kill those natives, a native cultivator killed him in front of an army of 100,000. When everyone heard this, they could not help but frown. The ranks of the imperial family members were all very high. The lowest rank was at least earth cultivation level 5 and above. Furthermore, there were so many guards at that time. A native cultivator was at most an earth cultivation level. How could he kill the enemy general in front of an army of 10,000 soldiers? Luo Yao's brows were even more tightly knitted. Just the demonic beast army was enough for her to worry about. Why was this happening now? You said that person was a native cultivator. Is there a mistake in the information? The Shenhua sect leader asked. These people were also consecrators in the imperial court, and were equivalent to having a position. The soldier replied, reporting to consecrator Shenhua, at that time, everyone saw him walking out from among the indigenous refugees. There shouldn't be any mistake, this. How could a native have such terrifying power? Could it be that, the origin god was reborn? The Netherworld Ghost Master said in shock. If the 7 ancient gods were reborn, then wouldn't the origin god be reborn as well? In terms of power, the origin god killed the supreme demonic beast. His power was above that of the 7 ancient gods. No, he left his name, the soldier replied. What's his name? Everyone wanted to beat this soldier to death. If he didn't ask, he wouldn't say. He said his name is Solipsistic. He has a broken arm and is carrying a child on his back. When they heard this name, the 2 people present were stunned. One of them was naturally Luo Yao. When she heard Solipsistic, all the doubts in her heart disappeared. One-armed, stay-at-home dad. Without a doubt, there was no other person. It was that guy. Only that guy would fight for the natives. He did not die. The other person was Luo Chen. Luo Chen had received the living Buddha's inheritance. After that, under the living Buddha's guidance, he had obtained a great opportunity and his power had increased tremendously. He had reached the level of a one-star great emperor's tutor. Back then, between Lu Chen and Luo Chen, the living Buddha had chosen Luo Chen. The reason he had given was that Lu Chen did not have long to live and could not take on great responsibilities. Who would have thought that this guy was still alive? Chapter 863. With the war imminent, Luo Yao couldn't find Lu Chen. She still had to bring Luo Chen to meet the 7 primordial gods. Lu Chen was in the East Peak Nation and even passed by the royal city, but he couldn't find Luo Yao. Instead, he headed straight for the 4 nations of the Grand Wilderness. A few days before arriving at the western border of the East Peak Nation, Lu Chen only used the Tai Shua as a means of transportation to accumulate time for soul-body fusion. To cross the border, he had to go through 2 checks. One was by the East Peak Nation's garrison, and the other was by the Rhubarb East Pole Nation's garrison. There were many people crossing the border between the 2 nations. Almost all of them were natives heading from the East Pole Nation to the East Peak Nation. As for the reason, Lu Chen could roughly guess. You want to leave the border? The garrison looked at Lu Chen in surprise. Lu Chen was blocking his badge. Based on his appearance, this guy was a native. Only the natives are trying their best to come to the East Peak Nation. I haven't seen anyone leaving yet. Lu Chen shook his head and made up a reason. My wife is over there. I want to find her. With that said, Lu Chen secretly pinched the little beast god. The little guy immediately cried out. Looking at the child, the guard also felt that Lu Chen's reason shouldn't be false. Okay, you can go. But let me tell you, starting tomorrow, the Dongyue country will not be able to accept any more indigenous people. We will not accept any more indigenous people in the future. Lu Chen nodded. Thank you, big brother. With that said, he hurriedly left the East Peak Nation's border. They had to cross a mountain in front of them to reach the border of the East Pole Nation. On the mountain, Lu Chen saw a large number of natives. They had brought all their belongings with them. Families of all ages were camping here, waiting to enter the East Pole Nation. There are so many people. I reckon most people won't be able to enter the East Peak Nation in time. Lu Chen sighed and shook his head. Lu Chen finally reached the border of the East Pole Nation, one of the 4 nations of the Grand Wilderness. Compared to the East Peak Nation, there were only people leaving and not entering. Perhaps it was because the Aboriginals knew that the East Peak Nation was accepting refugees on the last day, so they began to flock to the East Peak Nation. Kid, be careful. The 4 countries of the Great Wilderness only accept humans who are Earth Cultivation Realm and above, the Origin God whispered to Lu Chen. Lu Chen looked in the direction of the garrison from afar. It was heavily guarded. Lu Chen's level was clearly not high enough. Could it be that he had to force his way through? Lu Chen was worried that if the garrison was attacked, it would delay the natives from entering the Dongyue Nation. If that happened, their last hope would be dashed. After pondering for a while, Lu Chen turned around and blended into the refugees. He saw a woman pushing a wheelbarrow. On the wheelbarrow were some leftover belongings, a big box, and 2 children. They were hurrying up the mountain in front of them, hoping to catch up with the last batch of people to enter the Dongyue country. Lu Chen hurriedly followed her. Big sister, sell me this wheelbarrow. The woman looked at Lu Chen in surprise and said awkwardly, These are all things that I need daily. When we reach the East Peak Nation, we will also be aboriginals. Without these things, we can't survive. Lu Chen took out 100 spirit stones and stuffed them into the woman's hands. Big sister, this money is enough for you to build a house and buy your belongings. Now, you just need to take care of the children and some dry food. Leave the rest for me. This way, you can leave faster. This. The woman looked at the spirit stones in Lu Chen's hands in shock. 100 spirit stones was enough for their family to live for a long time, let alone buy these things. Okay. Thank you, benefactor. Hohat, Ergu, follow mother. The woman moved quickly, carrying a bag of dry food and dragging the two children away. Before she left, she thanked Lu Chen profusely. Lu Chen smiled and watched them enter the mountain. Then, he placed the little beast god on the wheelbarrow and summoned Rhubarb and Furball to sit on the wheelbarrow. He pushed the wheelbarrow with one hand and walked toward the East Pole Nation. Stop, what are you doing? The guards quickly stopped Lu Chen. The East Pole Nation was different. The guards of the East Peak Nation were all humans, but the East Pole Nation had a mix of races. The humans, the Heavenly Fiend clan, and even the Demon clan and the Dragon Human clan. They were all very strong, with the lowest cultivation level. Lu Chen looked impatient. There are too many people there. What's so good about the East Peak Nation? I won't go. I want to go back. The guards looked at each other. This guy left the East Pole Nation to seek refuge in the East Peak Nation. It seemed like he had returned after realizing that he had no chance of entering the East Peak Nation. The four nations of the Grand Wilderness had very high requirements for immortal cultivators, but every place had natives. After all, immortal cultivators needed to eat, drink, and defecate. They needed these people to farm. He was just a native, and one that came from the East Pole Nation. These people had no interest in wasting time on him, so they let him pass. Lu Chen was secretly delighted. I'm really smart. He came in so effortlessly. Lu Chen only had one hand, so he did not dare use his spirit energy. The wheelbarrow was a little difficult to control, so it quickly disappeared from the guard's line of sight. Finally, he reached a place where there was no one. Lu Chen put the wheelbarrow and his belongings into his backpack. This thing is quite useful. Who knows, I might be able to use it next time. The four nations of the Grand Wilderness were divided into four. Chu Tianshan was located at the intersection of the four nations. Lu Chen headed west and headed straight for Chu Tianshan. After entering the East Pole Nation for a few days, Lu Chen could clearly sense the tense atmosphere around him. Large numbers of natives had been captured to dig canals, build walls, and set up fortifications. Many of the surrounding natives had been forced to hand over large amounts of resources in advance because the cities had already begun stockpiling resources. Lu Chen finally knew why the people he saw at the borders were mostly women and children. The able-bodied ones had been captured for hard labor. The war had yet to begin, but the natives here were already living in dire straits. Unfortunately, Lu Chen was helpless at the moment. Over the past few days, Lu Chen had also heard that the war god of the four nations of the Grand Wilderness had been reborn. It was said that when the war god of the Grand Wilderness was reborn, 1,000 natives with his blood were stared at on stone pillars. They endured the erosion of the wind for 3 days and 3 nights, evaporating and refining their blood before flowing back into the war god's body. Only then did he awaken. Lu Chen could not help but think of Xue and Atai. If he had not stopped them, Xue would have likely died. As for Atai's wife, she probably would not have survived. Late at night, Lu Chen sat by the lake and took out the Origins God token. Origins God, why didn't you reincarnate? The token lit up slightly. Reincarnate? Back then, I used the self-destruction of my spirit core to severely injure Sovereign Fiend Beast. If not for the fact that I knew my soul would dissipate and that the natives' lives would not improve, I would have refined 100 Origins God tokens ahead of time. Nothing of mine would be left in this world. Lu Chen shook his head. Some people believed that the Origins God had killed Sovereign Fiend Beast, but in fact, the Origins God's self-destruction of his spirit core had only severely injured Sovereign Fiend Beast. Furthermore, Sovereign Fiend Beast had been recuperating in the Heavenly Lake before encountering an itinerant immortal who had come down to unblock the spirit meridians. In the end it was only a draw, how strong was an adult sovereign fiend beast. Besides, the Origins God's voice sounded again. Death is death. Even if I did not self-destruct, my spirit core would not have chosen to reincarnate. I would not use the flesh and blood of my clansmen as a tool for my reincarnation. Lu Chen nodded. Such a Origins God really made him admire him even more. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.